Hey everybody, it is a Wednesday. You know what that means. It's RambleCast time, June 9th. There was an Apple event. Apple did things. Corbin and I are here. We're going to talk about them. And who knows, we may talk about some other things, including a little surprise Corbin doesn't know that I'm going to do later.
No.
Yeah. Don't worry, this will hopefully be fun. But yeah, so Corbin is typing away. We're just gonna let him keep typing on his really crazy keyboard.
I'm promoting my show for Cody because he doesn't know how to do it himself.
I mean, I know how. I'm just...
You just don't.
Yeah, that. No, one of these days I really will start promoting it. Like I said, I'm working on motion graphics. I'm figuring out other things that I could absolutely go on Fiverr and pay somebody like $30 to do instead of me taking hours and hours and hours out of my weeks to learn how to do it myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Efficiency.
Okay.
It's a thing. Oh man. So, before we get into it, you said that you got roped into doing some WWDC things. In general, though, how has your week been?
Well, I will say Monday was the most productive day I've had in months for really no reason. I don't really know how it happened. It was just sort of a blur. Well, I had to get up early for a call anyway. And then I did basically nonstop work for most of the day. So that was nice. Yesterday didn't do a whole lot, but Monday was rocking.
Nice.
Yeah. And also, yes, I'm now remembering that yesterday I tried to call to get my dog on a prescription for stress meds, and they hung up on me, I think accidentally. And I meant to call again today, and it's probably too late for that.
Yeah, odds are they are out of the office, because holy crap, do vets vets just seriously, they might stick around in the office, but holy crap, the moment it hits 5 o'clock, as far as they're concerned, nothing else is coming in ever again. Not until the next day.
Yeah. So I have to, because I got, when I went like 2 months ago, they gave me, I forget what the exact name of it, it's a stress medication for my dog, and it seems to kind of be helping. I don't really know if it is or not, but I'm going to pretend like it is. But it's not like a prescription, so I need to make it into one so she can stay on those. So, yeah, again, I don't know if it helped a ton because, like, it took about, I think they said like 2 to 3 weeks to fully, like, for the dog's behavior to completely change. And around like the 2-week mark, I got my dog a bigger cage that had like a dramatic difference. So I don't know where the which one helped more, but it's probably good to keep both going.
Makes sense, I think.
Yeah. The cage is huge. It's taking up like half the floor space in my bedroom. It's just this massive like castle thing for my dog. It's great.
Nice.
I think she's in it right now. Oh no, she's over here. Okay.
Yeah, I unfortunately had a bit of an issue with my cat over the last week. About a week ago, she got, I guess, I don't know if she attacked or was attacked by, but there's a neighborhood cat, or a new-ish neighborhood cat, that got into a fight with her. Apparently it bit her a couple of times, and it may have possibly caused an infection. We're not quite clear on it. Anyway, she had to go to the vet. Couple of a couple of days of her kind of acting up, and she still has a couple of stitches. It's a thing, but she's definitely back to normal, back to her very energetic self, which for a 9-year-old cat, she has more energy than she should. She's still a kitten, very much still a kitten. Sometimes that's great, other times it's what it is. Anyway,
Daisy's getting up there too. I think she's either 9 or 10. I'm not sure which one, but yeah, no, still super hyper.
It must be something in the water.
Yeah. Hold on, it got darker. I'm gonna try to open up blind.
All right. While Corbin gets lit, we're going to we're gonna set up the screen for some good old WWDC.
Here's Daisy. Who wants to say hi? Daisy.
Yes, very hyper.
Oh.
That was your mistake. You screwed that up.
That was fun. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't watch the stream itself. I was just writing what other people were taking notes from this stream. So I didn't watch it, but I did write a lot of it, and then also I read some other stuff later, and was talking to some people who had like the macOS beta installed and such.
Yeah. Which I gotta say, man, I really wish I had a second Mac so I could throw that on there. But at the same time, I'm not sure that it has. If you don't have, well, I guess that'll be even our first topic, sort of. Apple is releasing the macOS beta now, but most of the features don't work on Intel Macs.
Yeah, this was funny. I saw this a couple hours ago. Did you put the link somewhere?
Well, I haven't put it in chat, but I will do that right now. Yeah, Mac Rumors posted.
Yes.
It's now in chat. Yeah, several features are unavailable to Intel-based Macs. So, okay. I suppose I should probably start by just going through that list really quick for anyone who doesn't want to read it themselves. Let's see. Yeah, these are the features that require an M1 chip. Portrait mode, blurred backgrounds in FaceTime videos, which I gotta admit that one actually kind of makes sense because there's a whole bunch of image processing stuff on the M1 that's not going to be on Intel chips. Live text for copying and pasting, looking up or translating text within photos. Again, I kind of get that, but seriously, that's a really low bar. Any remotely modern processor can handle this. An interactive 3D globe of Earth in the Maps app. I will say this much. Nobody uses the Maps app on a Mac.
Yeah. But also, this is like the funniest one because I remember using Google Earth on like my iMac G4. Like I think computers can make balls with images on them. I think most computers can do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can already run Blender and generate much prettier 3D globes, you can definitely do this. I guarantee their AMD graphics chips are capable of this. That's not hard to imagine. Let's see. More detailed maps in cities like San Francisco, LA, New York, and London in the Maps app. Okay, come on now. This is just straight up stupid. To me, like, this is just overlays. And a few like box models. Again, this is embarrassing.
And my iMac G4 could do it.
Yeah, Google Maps was doing this literally 15 years ago on hardware of that time. We didn't even have smartphones. Not real. Not like good smartphones. at this time. So come on now, like that's just an embarrassment. But it gets worse. Text to speech in more languages, including Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, and Finnish. Seriously, text to speech? You need an M1 chip for this?
Yeah.
On-device keyboard dictation that performs all processing completely offline. Again, I would count this as like this isn't a hardware issue, not really. If anything, maybe there's a security factor that like maybe they don't want something that the M1 chip hides. Maybe they don't want that running on the processor where someone could theoretically steal it. Maybe, but yeah, anyway, and then finally, unlimited keyboard dictation. Apparently the Intel chips are still going to be limited to 60 seconds per instance of dictation, whereas M1 chips can just go forever. And I mean, come on, like this is it. When I see this, my first thought is, well, that particular one, all I can think is this should be like an in-app payment. I should be able to pay like $5 and just unlock unlimited dictation. But in general, this whole thing, it feels, I think what Apple really wanted to accomplish, and we're now already seeing it with the M1 chip, they wanted to, you know how some companies price gate? I feel like Apple is update gating. Like it's the same thing with iPhones, and I think this is what Apple may have wanted to accomplish. Now you have to have a certain generation of computer if you want to get the latest features, and it's not just like little upgrades. It's not like a big overtime upgrade where the hardware is a requirement. This is straight up like, hey, we made a feature for the iPhone 4S, but it won't be there for the 4. There's no reason. We just don't want you to be able to get that feature on the 4. We need you to have a reason you need to upgrade to the 4S. It's that kind of level of thing here. And yeah, I'm not going to lie, that makes me nervous as hell.
Yeah, so Mac Rumors included a link to a tweet from Green Ritchie, who's like Renee, I'm sorry, who is a pretty big Apple. I don't know what, I guess
pundit.
Yeah, that's a good word. Yeah, and his take was supposedly that all these features were coded for the neural engine in the M1 chips, and App and the Intel Macs don't have those, so this isn't part of that. But like for that, I like that's not an excuse. It's an interesting like idea, but that is weird to me that Apple wouldn't have tried to make some kind of shim for that on the older hardware. Right, like this happens all the time where newer okay, so a great example of this is media codecs, right? Newer hardware has hardware level support for newer video and audio codecs like VP1 and VP9 and AV1. But on older hardware, you can still do that in software. It's slower, not as efficient, but it's better than just not being able to watch YouTube videos at all. And Apple probably could have done something like that on Intel Macs. It would have been more work, but like if I was in Apple's position, I would have done that, not just because it's like the thing that it brings as many features to as many Macs as possible, but also just because Apple is going to be supporting Intel Macs alongside the M1 Macs for a very long time.
Hopefully.
Like there's still supposedly there's still Intel Macs in the pipeline.
Yeah.
And I would assume that the countdown clock for when Intel stops getting updates would be at least a few years after that last Intel Mac ships.
Oh, for sure. Well, especially because the Intel Mac, or the last Intel Mac that's in their pipeline, is a Mac Pro, which the Mac Pro
that needs to have everything.
Yeah. It needs to have the longest support cycle of any computer that they ship. So yeah, they're going to be supporting Intel's at least a good long while. That being said, I have heard somewhat unofficially that they're not intending to support that Intel Mac Pro as long as we would expect them to. Because they are selling it very much specifically as a, when they do release it, their plan is to basically say, look, if you absolutely need an Intel chip in a Mac Pro, here's the one we're gonna sell you. It's kind of like the iPod Classic, where their goal with this thing is to put out the thing that if you absolutely need this, you'll get support, but you're also kind of on your own. So yeah, I have a funny feeling their phase out plan is going to be a lot more aggressive than we're expecting. Not that they're going to kill support in like 2 years or anything stupid like that, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off from what you were saying, but
well, I mean, I was just thinking, like, the only really point of comparison we have was the last transition Apple did from PowerPC to Intel, but that was different because I think that was going a lot faster from the start. Like, as soon as Apple, it didn't take Apple long to stop selling PowerPC Macs entirely. Whereas here, I think this is going to be a little bit more extended, partially because the rest of the computer industry is still on Intel. Right? Like, you know, by the time Apple was jumping ship from PowerPC, there were no other PowerPC computers. I mean, there weren't really ever, but like, especially by 2005, that was gone. It was just game consoles that were using that architecture at that point.
Yeah. So I gotta say, it does get me a little bit, just in sort of an amused way, that Apple has now gone through 2 complete architecture changes and this whole time Microsoft still hasn't really even successfully jumped one or added one. Microsoft this whole time has been on an Intel-based platform, and they kind of tried to switch to ARM or ish. Like, it's there, it exists, it sucks, it still doesn't work right.
Well, I mean, Windows NT has been on like a dozen architectures over the years, but it's always like,
okay, I guess that's fair, but
yeah,
man, that's
but
custom.
it's just Microsoft and Intel have been tied together for so long that I don't think there's enough of an incentive for Microsoft to try something different.
Yeah.
Like, even like, I think the last big push before ARM was like Itanium, but that was Intel making that, and that was really only on servers, and it didn't work out there at all.
No, it really didn't.
No.
Okay, so I partially agree with what Renee Ritchie said. And it's the same thing that I kind of acknowledged right in the beginning. Stuff like the portrait mode, the live text, both of those definitely, I can see those requiring the neural engine. That makes some sense. Well, neural engine or image processing, both of which the M1 has, Intel chips don't. I get that. The interactive 3D globe of Earth, the overlay on maps, both of those strike me as okay, not really neural engine stuff, but like 3D graphics issues. Like maybe they wrote some really optimized code that makes these run really well and look nice. I can get that. These I understand, even though I think the overlay thing is probably a bit of a bad argument. When you get into text-to-speech, all right, technically, yes, I get that they probably wrote that for neural engine stuff, but you're really pushing that limit with that one. You're pushing that limit really hard with that one. And then you get to the on-device keyboard dictation and unlimited dictation. I call total BS. You cannot put that off as an M1 thing. Those are features that the computer already offers. They exist today on my Intel Mac. I can use them right now if I re-enabled Siri. I'm sorry, but yeah, this list is like half of it I can accept. I'll buy that's M1 based somehow. Not Neural Engine specifically, but just M1 based. But the other half, I'm sorry, but Rene, yeah, he's apologizing for Apple on something that Apple should actually have to answer for.
I don't know. That tweet didn't strike me as like being apologetic, just like explaining why.
I mean, this to me is it's not apologizing, but I read it as, okay, you are all mad at Apple for this, but just be aware they probably don't want to do their work twice. That's how I'm reading this. Yes, he's not saying that specifically, but it's kind of like, look, if you did this work for one thing, you're not going to want to do it for this other thing that you don't care about anymore. It's not apologizing in like the very literal sense, but it does kind of, it's apologizing by way of explanation. I do this all the time. I mean, I kind of defend companies saying, look, I get that it sucks that they didn't do this, and yes, they should answer for it, but you got to understand their side of it. And that's kind of what I see him doing in this.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe by the time this macOS update is out of beta, Apple will have made a shim or something. Probably not, but maybe.
I expect. I mean, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that those 3 that I picked out, those will just become available to everybody. I think they right now are just sort of feature gating this, but it'll eventually just come to everything. It'd be so weird if it doesn't.
Yeah. So what? I'm trying to think what. There was new iPad stuff. Not a lot on that front. I feel like that was the big takeaway from every review on the new iPad Pro was like, it's a really good iPad, but also the software is just so immeasurably behind that Apple needs to do something really cool at WWDC. And I don't think they did that.
You're saying for the iPad specifically?
Yeah, like the iPad.
What's it behind?
Okay. What do you mean?
Like, what is the okay, you said the software is so far behind. Sorry, not. Well, like, I don't mean to pick apart, but who is the iPad trailing?
I mean, like the hardware capabilities of the iPad, I think for years have not been like if we're talking like on a bar graph, software features taking advantage of the hardware is like a straight line, and the hardware is like just vertical line. Like the hardware is accelerating on the iPads much quicker than Apple is developing software to take advantage of it and giving third-party developers the tools to take advantage of that hardware also. Like there was an article that like just one example, there was an article going around where iPadOS 14, which is the current non-beta version, I think doesn't allocate more than all of its RAM to apps.
Right.
Like it's just like it's back to like 90s PCs where the apps can't use more than the 640K of RAM. They can't go into the high memory.
Yeah, we talked about that in Discord, I think about 2-3 weeks ago. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you get the smaller or the larger sized iPad because one of them comes with 8, the other one comes with 16 gigs, and either way it only allocates I think a max of 5 gigs to an app. And again, like, it doesn't matter how much you have total. You're just capped at 5 gigs for the app, which I already find 5 gigs to maybe be a little over limiting, considering some of the apps that they definitely have out there.
Yeah, especially like the professional level image editing and video editing.
Yeah. Because holy crap,
So,
video editing takes a lot of RAM.
yeah. Yeah, so I was kind of interested to see if Apple would go full throttle with the iPad software at WWDC. That didn't happen. It's just a couple more small improvements that I'm sure are nice, but I didn't see anything that was like, oh yeah, that M1 iPad is definitely worth buying now. It's definitely significantly better than the other iPads.
So I do have a hunch on that, and it's maybe stretching a little bit, but I can't remember what phone it was, but one of the iPhones in the past, it came with some hardware improvements that at the time everyone kind of said the same thing. These are neat, but they're not. It doesn't seem like they're really getting used. And then after it took, I don't know, 2-3 extra years, and then Apple came out with a bunch of new stuff for iOS, and at that point everyone's like, oh, okay. They were rolling out like more RAM and better processing features in preparation for these new features that they would one day add, and they didn't want to just roll out one new piece of hardware and say, hey everyone, yeah, the only way you have access to these features that we don't really have done yet anyway, the only way you can access them is by buying the absolute latest hardware. So I am wondering if maybe this is an intentional sort of, we're going to roll out the hardware today, and then when we put out this update that adds these new features, it'll apply to the last like 2 generations of iPad. I know that doesn't sound like an Apple thing to do, but Apple has done this actually several times. It just usually doesn't get that much attention. The last time I really remember getting attention was actually, I think, the iPhone 4S, because the 4S had huge power increases over the 4, and everyone just didn't understand it at the time. And then sure enough, they added a bunch of really processor hungry things. I think it was with the 5S, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, if you've got a 4, don't even try to run the latest update. You will ruin your 4 if you install this firmware. So yeah, you had to be on the 4S or above.
Yeah, and I know there are a bunch of different reasons for this. Like the hardware teams and the software teams aren't always synced up on everything. And the M1 iPad is still pretty new, but and also like with that, they're not like promising right now that there's going to be big changes. So technically, the people buying it don't really have a reason to be upset, right? It's not like Apple came out in January and said, "Oh, the M1 iPad will get macOS at WWDC," and that didn't happen.
Yeah, though
it's just weird.
There have been leakers and rumors going for ages that that's the plan. Yeah. I don't know how much I buy that, but honestly, what I think they're doing is setting up for the iPad to become kind of your go everywhere device that you can use.
It's the netbook. It's the netbook, but it costs so much more than netbooks.
Well, yeah,
costed.
But I suspect that one of these days they are going to make it dockable, and like real docking. So it does function sort of like a Mac, sort of like an iPad. We'll see. I don't know. It strikes me as they have to be putting this hardware in there either because of it. Well, by the way, we should acknowledge the other possibility. They're putting it in there because of cost. It might be that manufacturing a separate chip for the iPad that isn't at this. Well, sorry, I'm saying this badly. Right now, they're manufacturing a chip for the phone.
Yeah,
they're manufacturing a chip for the
two
laptop, and they could manufacture something that's kind of in the middle for the iPad, or they could just stick an M1 in there and be done with it. It kind of makes sense to actually just say, screw it, we're just going to make two chips. That's it.
Yeah. Or the iPad could just stay like a tier below the Mac for Infinity. So they make a bunch of M1s now, and then as they start to move their Macs over to newer hardware, they've still got them all in storage to use on iPads.
Yeah. And not even just that, it's entirely possible that they might start doing like right now it would kind of be weird to do this exactly or visibly, but let's say in a couple of years they come out with, we'll say, the M4. Right around the time they start putting the M4 into Macs, they could start putting the M3 into iPads. Like, it'll just always be one generation back, and by then manufacturing process is cheaper. Everything that they're doing is just going to cost less. They don't need that extra power on the iPad, so it kind of makes a lot of sense to just do it as a generational, like, hand-me-down. And that's kind of why Apple kept that process of coming out with the phone and then keeping that phone alive for 2 full years of sales. Because in its second year, they would have changed the manufacturing process so much that it just got cheaper and cheaper to keep making the same phone.
Yeah. Jesse said maybe iPad OS just isn't ready yet, and next year's update will have bigger improvements. Maybe, but also, like, this has been an issue with the iPad for at least a couple years. Like, Apple crossed the threshold of being significantly faster than any Android tablet a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
So this has been an issue for a long time, where the hardware has outstripped the software. And it, not even necessarily with just processing speed, but also with things like the USB Type-C port on that. Like, they could be doing a lot more just with that than they are right now. Like, I think it was only last year that the iPad really got like a file manager, I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, they had file management prior to that, but yeah, last year was, I'm pretty sure last year was when they added the actual file manager.
Yeah.
But last year was when they basically said, look, we're going to start making the iPad a real laptop replacement. They didn't just add that, they added proper mouse excuse me. They added proper mouse support. They added that was where the list of things I could remember off the top of my head ends. But they added a bunch of stuff last year that was very much that whole, we promise this will be your laptop replacement someday.
Yeah.
So I get it. I think that is the intent. They kind of like my memory of the list. They went in really, really strong and immediately hit a wall. Like, okay, we blew our load right then and there. We don't have anything else to show you the next year, but we swear it's all coming soon.
Yeah, it is just very weird to keep watching Apple do that. It's like some company making like a sports car, and then like as soon as you drive it off the lot, it caps itself to like 60 miles per hour. It's very weird.
Okay, I would have described it slightly differently. My immediate thought is, imagine a sports car that it has a governor on it that's going to guarantee you cannot get this thing over, I don't know, let's say 125 miles an hour or something. Mm-hmm. Guaranteed you cannot get it over this speed. But every year they just keep putting in an engine that makes it capable of hitting speeds of like 150, 155, 160 every single year. That that engine is capable of more, but the governor just guarantees you'll never get any of it. That's kind of what this is. And to some extent, and I know that this is going to be a weird way to say it, but what if this is one of those situations where they're just saying, you know what? Why shouldn't we just put in something better? We can do it. We have the capability of doing it. Why don't we just do it? It's not costing us any more to keep making the hardware better. So let's just keep making it better. And if the software catches up, great. One of these days it will. So we might as well just do it today if it's not going to cost us more. Which is that is the thing. Everybody complained about Intel for 2 decades, that everyone knew Intel was holding back. All the time, everyone's like, okay, Intel came out with this, but look at this other thing they just demonstrated that they've got working in a lab and have had it working for like 6 months. It's this crazy thing that's like double or triple the speeds that they're putting out today. Why don't they just put that thing out instead? And, you know, Intel would obviously never answer a question like that, but everyone knew it was a simple case of Intel basically saying, hey, we're going to put this out today because we can make money on this product, and we need to make sure that we've got a product we can put out in 2 years that's also going to make money. So yeah, we're just going to put out the mediocre thing today, and by the time we put out that thing that we're also working on, it'll be mediocre then, but then we'll have our next thing in the works.
Yeah.
I kind of get it. Yeah, Apple's in theory doing the thing that we all wanted Intel to do, but now Apple's getting criticized for doing the thing we all want it to do. Maybe.
Carson said iPad Pro needs at least 2 ports IMO. Yeah, I wish all tablets had at least 2 Type-C ports, especially the ones that don't have a headphone jack. Like, like you have all this room around the edges. You can't give me one more port. There's phones that have 2 USB Type-C ports.
Okay, what, like 2 of them?
Yes, but there are some.
Yeah, there are also phones that have multiple memory card slots. We
Actually,
don't care.
you know what I'm reminded of is like that first wave of Android tablets where they were still using the same like design and frames as PC, as like the Windows-based tablets that were awful. So they'd have like all the connectivity of a laptop on them. Like my Asus Transformer Pad, it had an HDMI port on it.
I was just going to say, cool. A few of them had HDMI ports. It was awesome.
Yeah, they had like full-size SD. Some of them had USB ports, like just normal ones.
And I remember everybody thought, oh, this is such a great sign. This means tablets are going to become the new like productivity tool. This is the thing everyone's going to be taking to work and using because look, they have all these ports. Obviously, this is the intention. Whoops.
Yeah.
It was a good idea at the time.
Yeah, I remember with my Asus Transformer Pad, whenever like my family would go on a vacation, I'd bring that tablet and I would be able to just plug it into whatever TV was at wherever we were staying and play like my games on the bigger TV. It was great. The tablet was so good, but it had that manufacturing defect that every tablet from Asus had, where just the memory died.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I still have it somewhere, but yeah, that tablet was so good.
Yeah, I have a couple of Nexus tablets lying around that I'm always going to be kind of sad that they did not get the life they should have.
Yeah. Kirby said, I mainly use my iPad for responding to emails, YouTube, TV, Discord, Word docs, etc. Yeah, I have a Tab S. Is it here? Is it in my case? No, it's not. I just have the keyboard in here. But no, like I have a Tab S6 that I use for work stuff semi-often, and it's good. It's just, the same issue with Chromebooks where I need to do like three things that I can't do on the tablet
Yeah.
pretty often. And it's like, and it's just that final roadblock that means I still have to use my I still have to keep a laptop around. Like you can't really do programming work on it on any tablets unless it's Windows, and I don't want a Windows tablet. That's terrible.
Well, you say that, but Apple, of course, is going to be making Swift Playgrounds capable of writing full iOS apps.
Yeah, I did see that, and again, that was another thing where people are like, "Oh, are we getting Xcode on the iPad this year, guys? Is it finally going to happen?" And like, kind of, maybe. The Playgrounds thing was interesting because that app came out years ago. It was mostly just an educational tool, and then they sort of kept building it up into like a basic IDE. And of course now they're going to let you build complete iPhone and iPad apps and submit them to the App Store, which is neat. And
yeah,
and also with that, one thing that I saw was kind of interesting is that Apple developed a data packaging format where you can save your projects from the Swift app and just pick them up later in Xcode. So, like if I'm starting off doing, learning programming and all I have is the iPad, I can start making my apps on there. And then whenever I get a Mac, I can just move the projects on over, which is neat.
Yeah, and I love that it's a possibility. It's great that this is something that they want to do. I don't even object to the notion that this is likely going to lead to tons and tons of trash apps. Because let's be honest, like this is 100% going to lead to a bunch of developers being like, hey, I wrote this dumb little thing that allows you to look up. I don't have a good immediate suggestion for this. I don't know.
It's just 500 of the I Am Rich apps.
Oh yeah, entirely. Well, I was thinking I think an app.
Apple's still going to require you pay the $99 a year, though. I think so. That's going to keep some of the riffraff out.
I agree, but I have a funny feeling that might come to an end with this. We'll see, but maybe not with this, but not long after this. Because I have a feeling they're going to start encouraging more of a homebrew style of, well, not homebrew. What's that? What is it that game consoles were allowing people to do? Kind of community built games and stuff like that.
I don't know what that's called. I know like a lot of modern games or some modern games on consoles do have limited support for mods, but it's like mods that have been repackaged by the game, like they're available within the game.
Right. I wasn't thinking mods. I was thinking more I know Microsoft had this. It was a thing where people could kind of build their own games and release them as sort of community games. It was a much more limited feature set, like you couldn't access all the hardware with those. Anyway, I kind of feel like something along those lines might start coming out of this. And maybe it won't even all be accessible through the App Store, but somehow it's just a hunch. I think they're going to start approaching that.
I do think it would be a good idea. Like if I was Apple in this situation, I would let anyone playing around with this publish an app from the Swift, but it just goes in a separate section in the App Store that you don't really look at by default. And maybe there's some other limitations to keep, like, Apple's revenue and stuff in place, so they don't have to pay, so that this place can exist without also being part of the $99 a year cost. Like there's a way to do this. You know, like a great example is like you know the Scratch programming tool thing that a lot of schools like to use. Like there's a website for Scratch where people upload their projects and stuff.
Yeah, and I was gonna suggest something kind of along the same lines. Like maybe you're not even just uploading the compiled version. You might even just be uploading sort of the project, and people can build it on their own side. But that also makes it an open source sort of thing.
Yeah. So there's a way to do this that they could build. That would be interesting to see. Although I would personally really like it if they could get Visual Studio Code on tablets, please.
Good luck with that. I do have to say though, I found one other specific note about this interesting. It is entirely based on SwiftUI, which I've been writing in SwiftUI for the last few months, and I can say with some confidence it is really nice to use. It's got a lot of great features, and boy howdy is it not ready to do advanced apps. It's really nice, and it's kind of one of those things where if you want to make a pretty app and you want to make an app that well, some programmers know this as moving around the bits. Basically, you want to take in some data, massage the data a little bit, change how it looks, and maybe do basic things with it. It's great for building apps like that. But the moment that you want to hook into certain OS features, if you want to make like extensions to certain things, the list goes on. Like when you want to do the really more integrated stuff, those features are not supported yet. They're not there. And I know with Swift 5.5 coming, they're adding a few more of those. In fact, they're promising a big concurrency improvement, which I'll tell you, I've been working on this the last few days. It's something I really welcome. I welcome a lot. I want them to hurry the fuck up and release 5.5. Like that's honestly, I almost went as far as just digging around to see how I could get 5.5 installed so I could just start using that today instead of waiting. Yeah. The only thing is I don't want to have to change my code if they tweak it later. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that is still not quite ready in SwiftUI. So yeah.
So I know we're jumping between like everything with no pattern, but I wanted to touch on some of the Mac stuff that I found interesting. Okay. So the macOS update, it brings Apple shortcuts to the Mac, which is interesting.
I wanted to talk about that too.
Yeah. So I haven't done a lot with shortcuts, just because I don't use Apple stuff a lot of the time. But I've messed around a little bit with it on my iPhone SE, and it's pretty cool. You know, it's like local. Well, it's like a modern take on Automator. Yeah, I loved Automator when I had a Mac. I built all sorts of stuff with it, especially because it could plug into the Mac OS X terminal, and a bunch of other, and some apps you would install would have like their own Automator plugins that you could use to feed, and it was great. And this is like the next step of that, and it's really cool. I also saw, I didn't really see any news sites covering this, but I'll try to find the. I think it was a tweet. Someone pointed out that you can run shortcuts from the terminal on the macOS update too. So you could have like bash scripts where at some point they activate a shortcut or something, which is really cool. I didn't think Apple would do that. I'm trying to see if I can find it.
Okay, so on the subject of shortcuts, one thing that kind of gave me that little bit of skin crawling feel was the moment that they said And I don't remember their exact phrasing now, but it was something to the effect of Automator will still be supported. And it's like, okay, you felt a real need to explicitly say that, but it sounds like what you're saying is, yeah, we're kind of done with Automator. Automator's over. Forget Automator. If you do anything ever again, you should not do it in Automator.
This is 100%. This is 100% a dashboard situation where they're going to keep it alive for a while, just because there's some things that will never be ported over to shortcuts for any number of reasons, and they need to keep it. So they need to keep Automator functioning for those use cases, but they're trying to push people over to shortcuts. And at least with Automator, you could just move that to the App Store at some point and make it a download. And every couple years, Apple goes back and recompiles it to make sure it works on macOS, and that's it.
Exactly.
Like, they could do that.
Automator really hasn't gotten updates in years, so I'm not too surprised by this. But what I'm getting from this is really just, I think Automator has seen the last update it's ever going to get, outside of maybe keeping it functioning for a couple more versions. But yeah, and that doesn't bother me much, because frankly, I use Automator not for what Automator actually does. I use it because Automator is the system supported shim that allows me to put shortcuts into Finder to run a script, because I'm going to write a script to do all the stuff I need. The things that Automator is designed for and built to do, it's okay, but it's not flexible enough 9 times out of 10. Right. So yeah, I would use Automator just so that I could have an easy way to build the shortcut for Finder, or because it would automate things like watching a folder, which actually I've only used a couple times and it doesn't work very well, so I don't actually use that feature. But yeah, there are things like that, and that's it.
Yeah, but and Automator was a lot closer to like the use case for Tasker on Android, where like if you want to go just full throttle, you can build almost entire applications out of Automator if you really want to.
Yeah. So it makes me a little nervous that they're talking about Automator as if, don't worry, it's still gonna be alive. Because that pretty much means alive for a little bit and then it goes away, which I'm really wondering if that's going to break the things that I've already built. I kind of expect it will, and I think it'll be okay, because most of the stuff I've built, I'm sure I'll be able to build shortcuts or turn it into scripts or something like that, or more scripts.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a shortcut action yet for running shell scripts, but at the very least, I know shortcut supports files as like an input type. So I imagine that should work. So yeah, shortcuts is neat. I didn't enjoy it because yesterday I built a shortcut for my link cleaner web app, because this is a web app where you basically paste in a link and it will very quickly take all the tracking junk out, so you can cleanly share it to a messaging app or somewhere where a very long link is annoying to look at. And when you install that web app to Android, it registers as a share target for links. So like, for example, when I was doing work on my tablet a couple weeks ago from my mom's house, and I had to write I was writing a deal post, I could take that link from somewhere else that had all the tracking bits in it, share it to Link Cleaner, and then copy it to my clipboard, and then I could type on that. So that that's an example. But of course, Apple doesn't support that API. So I made a Siri shortcut where link cleaner will just show up as you share a link, like it does on Android, and then it'll send it to the web app using the same handler for that API. And I put that on the website for people to install. I don't think I built it right because someone was telling me it wasn't working right, so I might have to update it later. So I did build a shortcut yesterday, although I wish I didn't have to. I wish Apple would just support the APIs. And Safari was the other kind of big Mac thing. They gave it a whole UI overhaul, and it looks neat, I think. I don't know how to feel about it.
Okay, let me pull that up.
Here, I'll put it in the
Oops,
Discord.
as I misspell overhaul.
There it is.
Oh, I already had something up. Yeah, I don't know. I look at it, this is maybe the weirdest take, but when I saw the Safari overhaul, my first thought is, hey, it kind of reminds me of back in like the 90s and early 2000s when
Opera.
everyone well, okay, yeah, I guess that too. I was gonna say, it really reminds me of when every company was experimenting with kind of breaking the rules. Like Windows had a certain look to it, and everyone was so used to it, and Mac had a certain look to it. And then all these apps started seeing, like, they saw what Winamp had done. Winamp was that one application that came out and was like, you know what, our entire interface can be configured and skinned and looks different, and we really kicked the llama's ass. And every other company was like, you know what, we're gonna do it too.
Yeah.
And so they started being like, hey, we're gonna get rid of title bars, we're gonna get rid of this, we're gonna get rid of that, we're gonna get rid of like scroll bars, and we're gonna change how this looks and that looks. And when they did it, a lot of stuff turned out just looking funky and dumb, and users by and large didn't like it. And this reminds me of the sort of thing that we would have seen in those days. I'm not saying that this is bad, but it has that look to it, like, you know what, we just decided to not I don't know. I don't have a good explanation for this. It just doesn't look like it is well thought out.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that we're at that stage with web browsers where, like, we've had the basic premise of tabs on the top and then the URL bar below it for about a decade now. Mm-hmm. So Apple and kind of Firefox and like Vivaldi to some extent, they're all kind of going like, okay, what can we change this again to? Is there something we can do here now that we know how all this works now? Can we do something a little bit different? Which was kind of Chrome's motivation when it first came out. Back then, like, for the most part, the tabs were always below the URL bar, and we had more buttons up there. So yeah, I don't know about this, and to a certain extent, like, this doesn't matter all that much because Safari still has not a lot of market share.
No kidding.
Especially on the Mac, where it's not holding other browsers captive.
Yeah. And I'm inclined to note, not only did they decide to push the URL bar into the tab bar, or I guess vice versa, the tab bar into the URL bar, but you'll also notice there's no back button. No forward and back button on the new Safari, which, okay, that's not that big of a deal necessarily, because on a Mac, in theory, if you are using their default gestures, and I have to stress default because holy crap, do I immediately, literally, it is like the second thing I change when I'm setting up a Mac, I get rid of their defaults. their default, for those who haven't used a Mac, is I believe a 2-finger swipe from the left side or right side of the trackpad are forward and back on your browser or any other app that decides to capture those gestures. Yeah, I immediately turn that off because it's stupid. It's a awful experience.
Yeah.
I don't know why they think that's a good thing.
Apple's defaults are especially with like the touchpad, they do seem like weirdly hostile.
Yeah.
like one thing I remember a couple months ago, my mom started working at a I don't know if it was like a chiropractor place or just like a general health. I don't remember exactly what it was, but they had some software there that was that she had trouble using on her MacBook. And when she told me about it initially, I was like, okay, maybe it's like a Windows app. Do I need to set up like VirtualBox or something, or so she can run this? And she shows me it, and it's just a web app. So I'm like, okay, what's the issue here? Is this like, I'm thinking like, and it's like, early 2000s UI design in this, because it's like a back end customer management, or not customer, but like management software. So I'm thinking like, okay, does this need like Java or Flash or something? Is that what this issue is? And no, it was she needed a right button, because the web app would only let you do certain actions if you used a right button on a mouse.
Oh.
And by default, her new MacBook didn't have any way to do that. So I showed her in the settings app where she could turn that on. She's like, oh, this is helpful. And it's like, that I know like Apple software is not built for like context, like finding a context menu or using right click very often. But like there's enough of it where it feels like that should at least be an option by default, and it's not. Just because Apple's trying to like shove you into this UX direction.
Corbin, man, apparently your mic's already tripped up.
Oh, okay.
Always with that, I'd love an explanation for why that's happening. By the way, Carson, I did see the Jetpack Compose question. Believe me, I have not forgotten that. I will come back to that.
I've returned.
You have. But, yeah, usability issues like that. So Jesse said kind of into the removing the forward and back buttons. I can understand it, and if you know like keyboard shortcuts or you use those gestures, I can see getting rid of them. But man, I use the back button so often, or not the button. I don't actually. Honestly, I could get rid of the buttons. It would not matter to me. I kind of have forgotten the back buttons are a thing. But because for me, it's just immediately command forward, command back. Those are the buttons I use. And I mean, who uses back and forward? Like everyone just uses back. Forward is that thing that you use, I don't know, 15 years ago. Everyone just uses the back button. But still, just, I could get rid of those buttons. It'd be okay. But I think for most people, it isn't.
Yeah, and like I thought we learned this lesson a couple years ago when we started phasing out hamburger menus. Where like the idea is to have the important things always visible. I thought we learned this already. Also, I've been looking at this and I was trying to think like where have I seen something like this before, and I remember now. I don't know if they moved off of it at some point, but Internet Explorer did this where they put the URL bar and the tabs on the same line. And I was like, oh. So
Jesse's saying he's into it because it'll encourage web designers to consider more nav for mobile devices, tablets. I think I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with it, but at the same time, I feel like I don't want web designers to be reinventing the wheel on everything. There's some parts of the experience that I think it's better if everyone's just kind of using and aware of the same stuff, or using it the same way. Not completely, like you're not locked into it. And obviously you can even design web apps that kind of take over what the forward and back buttons do. But I feel like, and hell, even for that fact, like there are web apps that make use of those buttons. I'm not sure that I really want that going away.
Yeah. And also the problem with that, argument is that Apple isn't really pushing any web developers to change anything, because Safari doesn't have a lot of market share. Like it's more likely that a website's just going to be broken in Safari because someone forgot to test the latest update on an iPad or something. So.
Oh hey. That's useful.
But also I saw with Safari, actually on the iPad and iPhone, they're adding extension support, that's nice. I still can't really make extensions for it because you need a Mac and Xcode to make Safari browser extensions, and the recurring, development costs, which is great. I love that. I love that I can make an extension for every other browser with any text editor I want on any operating system I want. But Apple's like, no, you will go to the same standards and IDE as the people who are building the super complex Mac applications. That is what you will do for your thing that just like adds a button to the toolbar to search Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
So that's annoying.
Yeah, which, by the way, if you ever need anything, you can let me know and I can build it for you. It's not that big a deal.
Just set up like TeamViewer on a Mac in the corner, leave it running for me.
Yeah, maybe not that. But yeah,
like if I really wanted to, I could go out and buy like I technically have a Mac Mini around here somewhere that could probably still run whatever Xcode is required to compile a Safari extension, but it's so much work, and my stuff already doesn't get a lot of usage on like Firefox, and I think Safari and Firefox are about roughly the same in market share at this point.
Yeah.
If someone really wants me to bring my extensions to Safari, I have a Patreon, and they can as the saying goes, they can put up or shut up, and they can give me enough money to go pay Apple $100 a year.
Oh man. So yeah, I feel like a lot of the announcements they made related to Macs weren't the most exciting. The coolest.
Yeah, this was definitely like a lower key WWDC in general.
Yeah, it really was.
Nothing huge. This was almost like, I think this was about like 3/4 as exciting as I/O. I feel like. Because like most of I/O was also pretty boring. It was just at the end when they started talking about Android 12 that it started to get a little exciting.
Yeah. And I just to finish up on the Macs, I think the most interesting thing, which funny enough is something I think almost no one will use, was that ability to seamlessly use your keyboard and mouse across devices, just by putting them next to each other and things like that.
Yeah, that was neat. Yeah,
it's a neat idea, but man, I said this in Discord, I don't think anyone's really gonna, like, not enough people are gonna use this for it to be a normal thing. It's one of those things where you're gonna see people use it, absolutely, but it's gonna be rare. It's gonna be like that very occasional designer that actually like saw this presentation, decides this is how they need to work from here on out. It's gonna be the very rare developer who's like, you know what, I can actually use this to test some feature on 3 different iPads at the same time. Like, that's gonna be your scenario. I don't think you're gonna see regular people actually doing this though. Not in any high frequency.
Mm-hmm.
That being said,
Yeah.
It's also something I've wished I've had so many times in the past. Except like between and actually, well, I guess this will be supported. I've wanted it between laptops. I can't count how many times I've had 2 laptops sitting next to each other, and it's like, you know what? I really just want to connect my keyboard to one of them and have it work across both. Yeah. That, I guess, is now actually possible. Hey, look, I'm happy now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's been a ton of times where I wish I could use my tablet as a second screen for my laptop, because like like there's always something I need to look at the same time as whatever I'm doing on my laptop. Like if I'm writing about something, I need to have whatever I'm writing about over here. If I don't really need to do that, then at least like having Slack on a different place always open would be helpful. And like I know you can do that. I know there's apps to do that, but there's not really a easy way to do that between an Android tablet and a Linux laptop.
Yeah.
At least not in the same cohesiveness that Apple is doing.
Let's see. Jesse also brought up the 3D model creation thing, which, yes, that actually was pretty... It's cool. I've seen it done before, so Apple's not, like, the first to broach this territory. But it is really... It's neat that they're introducing it. I think the coolest thing is they're probably going to make it... I don't want to say more mainstream, but they're going to make it a little bit more accessible, which is what matters. It's not like it's going to be some random... Well, okay, I also have a complaint about this, but I'll get to that in a second. It's not going to be some random, like, obscure, like, software tool that you have to, like, set up a special workstation for. You're not going to have to do any weird, like, builds or conversions to get it there. The one thing that does bother me, they happened to say, and it was like it was said so fast, it almost felt like a throwaway comment, but they said that you can take those models directly into Cinema 4D, Maxon Cinema 4D, which is certainly some popular software. It's well known. It's worth noting, and I just pulled up the pricing page for Cinema 4D. If you want the, like, cheapest version of Cinema 4D that is actually useful for this kind of thing, that on a if you pay monthly, let's pull up the monthly price. If you pay monthly, that's $94 a month subscription fee. $94 a month. If you pay annually, they drop it actually quite a bit. It drops down to, we'll just round up to $60. It's $59.91 per month if you pay annually. So
that's a deal.
Yeah. Wait, does that? Oh yeah, I guess that math does work. So you can pay $719 a year to use this software. And this is what Apple's format will import to. They didn't say if it will import to other stuff, but right now it's Cinema 4D. And I don't know, maybe you can convert the format. It's unclear. But Jesse, yes, exactly. Cinema 4D money is the... just hire a modeler kind of pay. Yeah, at the point where you, unless you have a crap load of models that you're going to import, which, look, if you're using photos to do this, you're going to have to tweak them. They're not going to come out perfect no matter what. I'm sorry, but yeah, for real, you're going to be paying somebody to do the cleanup modeling work anyway. At this point, you can just hire someone else. Yeah. Depending on how many models. Like, if you're doing hundreds of models a month, all right, fine. This is definitely still going to be cheaper. But man, Cinema 4D is not cheap. Not to the price that this is what I would call accessible. This is sort of like Cinema 4D is sort of like buying the Adobe Suite versus just paying for their photography bundle. It's I think it's the most expensive thing on the market. So yeah, anyway, close some of these tabs. What else was there? Jesse said I'll use the keyboard and mouse thing to use YouTube on my personal laptop next to my lockdown and work laptop. Yeah, that's actually that makes a lot of sense. Jesse, from your knowledge, there's no reason a model would work in Cinema 4D but not something else. That's the thing. I'm not sure if this is a proprietary format. If it is, then it might really it might be something Apple worked with Maxon to develop this specific format, or it's something that where Cinema 4D has some software that works with the output of Apple's development tool, and as a result you have to do this with Cinema 4D. I really don't know, but it raises a lot of questions.
Well, I just checked the compatibility list for macOS, and I think my Mac Mini is too old. I don't think it made the cut. I think it was a late 2012 Mac Mini, and this says only late 2014 and later. So rest in peace. Although that Mac Mini hasn't actually run macOS in like 5 years at least. It was my home server before I built a server, so it was running like Windows 10 for most of that time. Yes, I put normal Windows 10 on something that I needed to run 24/7. That was not my best idea. Windows 10 loves to do random reboots.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm skimming down through a TechCrunch article about this, but
yeah, there's not really much else. There was at some point in the future, people will be able to join FaceTime calls with links and just run them in the browser. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of video conferencing software at this point.
Okay, so according to the TechCrunch article, quote, in addition, Apple noted developers including Maxon and Unity are using object capture for creating 3D content within 3D content creation apps such as Cinema 4D and Unity Mars. So, okay, evidently this doesn't require Cinema 4D. They just really highlighted that as the option. I wonder how much Unity Mars costs. Buy now. Only 600 per seat. That's actually, I mean, it's less and it doesn't seem to be a subscription, so automatically at least it's better. Hey, but I guess we'll take it. Carson, they chose the most hideous Android and Windows laptop for the demo. I mean,
Yeah, they always do that.
you can't claim to be surprised by that.
No. Yeah, like I remember all the past times when they would show off something that was like cross-platform. They'd bring like the 3-year-old HP laptop out and give it a whirl. Yeah. Some things never change.
No, they really don't. Oh, okay. I don't know how much we really want to dive back into this, but okay, did you want to switch over to talking iPhone stuff, or because there is one other developer topic that struck me as sus.
Okay.
So they're bringing Test Flight to the Mac, which, okay, that's good. They should. But Corbin, you probably didn't even catch this part if you didn't watch the stream, and I doubt anyone really talked much about it. But they're basically bringing that same thing Google has, where you build your app in Android Studio, but you don't really compile it locally. You send everything off to Google's side, and they compile it on their side. The thing is, though, Google does it a little differently. At least if I recall. Maybe they changed this and I just missed it, but the way Google does it, you technically are compiling your code locally, and you upload that compiled, or at least partially compiled version to Google, where they basically run a final compilation step and merge it all into split APKs. Apple, with Xcode Cloud, this new thing, it's going to basically be like your continuous integration server combined with a build server combined with team collaboration tools, etc., etc. Their whole thing is, no, we really want you to upload your code to us. We'll compile it on our side, and if everything goes well, it can automatically be distributed to all of your testers and other developers and so on and so forth. And all I could hear was, and they did say, we don't keep your code, but it'll be deleted as soon as we're done with it. And all I could hear was, no, what you're saying is you're not going to keep an exact copy of our code. What are you doing with it? What else are you going to do with it? Are you checking it for possible malicious code? Well, that's a good thing, but what else are you doing with it? Are you examining it? Are you looking at for statistics? What else are you doing? You who is not Google but acts like Google all the effing time. So, I'm sorry if I'm being cynical about this, but I can't not think there is something slightly up with Apple's like hand wavy. No, we swear we're not keeping your code.
I think that would be really funny if like Apple was like, you know what? I think our Photos app could do with an overhaul, and they wait for Adobe to submit the new update to Lightroom. And they're like, oh, look at all this code we can use.
Carson, yes, they keep the result of the build, but they're saying that they aren't keeping your code. So, yeah, and it's not like Apple can't decompile all this stuff, and it's not like they can't kind of figure things out. They obviously have those capabilities, but I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing more with your code than just simply taking it, building it, and then deleting it. I suspect there's somewhere in between where they're taking it, doing something with it, and keeping something, an analysis of it, or even just looking to see which APIs are getting used. Which, hey, I don't care if they're doing anonymous API tracking. That's fine. Who cares? But I'm just curious, because Apple is kind of known for taking opportunities the same way Google does. Just Apple loves to brag that it doesn't do that. I mean, look at the your location tracking. Apple bragged for ages that they were all about privacy. Then it comes out that Apple was doing about as much location tracking as Google and keeping all that information. And they weren't going as far to anonymize it like Google was.
Yeah, Apple loves preaching about privacy, and in a lot of ways they're better than Google, but they still hit the limit of like they give off a hardline approach, but when their policies come into conflict with being able to sell iPhones in a certain country, then they start to backtrack.
Yeah.
Like all these privacy features aren't available in China, or I think I saw like Indonesia didn't support some of the privacy things Apple's working on. It's like, it's like when I'm gonna make this really political. I'm sorry, but it's like all the times I've heard Biden and other Democrats say like healthcare is a human right. It's like, okay, so make it free.
Yeah.
You don't get to say that, and then I'm still charged almost $200 a month, and then have to hit an $8,000 deductible to use my human right. That's not how rights work.
Fun fact, Oregon actually just tried to pass that, or is it going to try to pass it? I forget if it's actually gone anywhere. But yeah, every Republican, like our state Senate, every single Republican has been railing against this, saying we will not allow this to ever pass. And it's like, really? So healthcare just can't be a human right in Oregon? Awesome. Great having you guys here. But anyway.
Yeah. Just like I think our my governor here in North Carolina, I think his name is Roy Cooper, and he was posting a couple things for Pride Month. And of course, North Carolina is one of the many states that have laws explicitly targeting transgender people. It's like, hey, yeah, like I know, like he can't wave a wand and make that law go away, but it's like, you make sure your own house is in order before trying to go that route.
Yeah,
it just comes off as like really like not caring all that much. Like, yeah. I mean, I guess that goes for most of the companies that, you know, change their logos to the pride flag for a month. It's like, I don't know, guys. I don't know how much. I don't know how much Walmart is helping with with social change.
Yeah. Okay, so before we switch topics, because like, yeah, I'm sure we're going to hit iPhone stuff. We'll probably also ramble at least a little bit on like Siri with third-party accessories and a few other things. I'm going to introduce a new segment. I don't know how often we'll do this, but just to kind of break things up, especially with a show that's almost completely dominated by Apple for sure, we're going to break things up with a segment I'm going to, at least for the moment, call 3 Dumb Questions. Okay. Corbin does not know this is coming, but
that's true.
I figured this would be kind of a interesting way to bring back a little bit of that Q&A vibe that we had during the first like 2 episodes of the actual Q&A back in the day. I have a few questions here. I figured I would ask them, and they're just dumb fucking questions. But okay. Again, they kind of break it up. There's no expectation that this is a long topic. It can be. You can say as much or little as you want, but hey, let's do it. So the first one, and I'll ask you.
But before this starts, I'm gonna probably leave like at the hour, because I've already been here for 2 hours and I'm really hungry and I want to eat food.
Okay. So the first one. Describe your perfect game console and name your 2 must-have launch titles.
Oh,
I told you these would be different.
yes. Okay. So this is tricky for me because I'm like split between PC and console, and like I use them for different things. Like the PC is where all the shooters go because I can't stand those on a gamepad. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I'm kind
Uh,
of with you there.
like my console is just a Switch. So like so a lot of those aren't even on the Switch to begin with. But like even if they were, most of the time I can only play those on PC. But if I'm being asked like the thing that will play all my games, um, I would want. Can you restate the question?
It's pretty broad. Describe your
Okay.
perfect game console and name your
Yeah.
two must-have launch titles.
Um. So with these kinds of questions, especially when like what's your dream phone comes up, I think it's probably easiest to start at an existing product and then just tweak it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna pick the 3DS as my starting point because I think that's still my favorite console just because of how pocketable it is and all the games on it. Like
Mm-hmm.
like between the 3DS and the DS backwards compatibility, there's like almost 20 years of games there. So I'm gonna start there, but the software won't like I want that form factor of the well shit, I don't know. If I'm disregarding the software, I might start at like the PSP or something because that also fit in a pocket pretty easily. So so I would pick probably like PSP, PS Vita form factor, where like it's got a nice screen on, it's got physical buttons, um, but it fits in my pocket. I would want probably running Android, I think, because I want to play games on it, but I also really want emulators and I want the option of running quote unquote homebrew software, things not made by large companies. I can play with it. It would still have a web browser and everything. So probably
Interesting.
that. And then I definitely want it to kind of be like a Switch where I can plug it into the TV. But it doesn't
Okay.
necessarily need like a dock. Like just, with the older tablets, stick the cord in and it goes to my TV and I can just play it on the TV. So that's I think that's probably what I would go for is like a PS Vita that runs Android but still has like good games. So maybe not Android just by itself, but
Yeah.
you know, and I could put it in my TV. Basically, just like my one big thing is something that's like extendable because like this is my problem with most consoles is that they're all locked down, and I wouldn't want that. So it'd be the main thing. So for games, see the issue is that a lot of the games I really like, I wouldn't never want to play with a gamepad. So I don't know. Maybe the option to plug in a keyboard and mouse needs to be in my dream console as well.
Okay.
Because but so are we talking about like games that already exist or new games? What
Um
are we thinking here?
I- well, the way I envisioned this was these are the two games that either let's just say they're the games that have to come out and you would have to buy them.
Mm-hmm.
It may, and you can kind of interpret this your own way. The way I kind of saw it was if I'm defining my perfect world, this console comes out and these are the two launch titles that are gonna be there. Like if I can
Okay.
decide, if I was in charge of all the companies necessary to make this happen, these are the two titles that don't exist yet, but I
Okay.
would expect them to.
Okay. Um, I think the first one I would go for is a Fallout collection, just all of them on there, just
Okay.
because like that would be cool to have on a handheld. That because it hasn't really happened yet. I guess technically, if you buy like one of those really bad Intel Windows-based handheld PCs, you could maybe run some of them on there, but it's not good.
Yeah.
So I would go for that, and then maybe I'm gonna throw in Portal 3. I want that on there.
There we go.
That's probably I'd go for those.
Not that I want to change your answer at all, but I'm going to suggest on the Fallout collection, just add one word: remastered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
because.
You know what? I think like half the reason I subconsciously bought Skyrim on my Switch was I'm thinking like, will this in any way encourage Bethesda to bring the Fallout games to this thing if people buy this one? Because like it's this mostly same engine stuff. And I couldn't get into Skyrim at all, so I eventually sold it. But yeah, like those, I don't really have. So like Fallout New Vegas, I think is still like an okay game. It could use some better graphics for sure. It's a little bit dated there.
Yeah.
Fallout 3 is like the hardest game to run I've ever encountered on PC. Like it was very clearly made for like the 10 graphics cards that were on the market in 2007, whenever that game came out, and Windows XP, and that was what it was built for. And it's very difficult to run on other, like I like that, and GTA 5 were the hardest things I tried to get running on like my Mac Mini when I really wanted to try to play games. GTA 5 was just that computer was slow. It wasn't really like compatibility issues. It was just the game was not made for 2012 Intel integrated graphics at all.
Mm-hmm.
But Fallout 3 was like, I got the game. I think I bought it from Steam at that point. I'm pretty sure I legally own it, but I got the game. And then you'd have to install a patch. I had Windows 7 on that Mac Mini. So had to install a patch for Windows 7 because it's made for XP or Vista. And then there was another patch for running it on Intel graphics. And then there was another patch for, I think there might have been one for like if your CPU had more than 2 cores. I don't remember. It was something stupid like that.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, and then also this game came out at the heyday of I think it was Windows Games Live. I think that's what it was called.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, so you had to patch that out because by all those servers are long gone, and the game would expect it to be running. So like all this stuff, you eventually get the game running, but it's so difficult. So that's the main reason why I eventually picked it up on my PS3, just because it just worked on there. Like
Exactly.
that game, it didn't run that great on the PS3, but you know, at least it was just playable on that. So yeah, I would pay a lot of money for a Fallout collection on like the Switch or my dream console. Or
Okay.
I mean, if they do enough graphical upgrades, like I'd probably buy it on PC too. Just because again, like that's where the good shooters are. Also, I tried playing Fallout 76 over my Steam Link with a game controller, and the Steam Link part was fine, but there were just way too many actions to map to a game controller. So I don't know if they could make it work well, but I'd like to see them try.
Okay. So I'll answer the same. I've got, and I can keep this pretty quick and simple. As much as I like portability, I don't feel like I would actually end up buying that system. What I want a new PlayStation. This one's going to go pretty much like over the top in a lot of ways. First off, I want a goggle system for VR. What I want out of this is actually basically the goggles that are used for the DJI FPV, except without as much weight on them, and obviously like a little bit more back weighted. The reason I say that is because those goggles are the sharpest that I've seen on anything. They look fantastic. It makes Daydream look awful by comparison. And it makes, honestly, every other 3D or like goggle system I've seen, they all look terrible by comparison to this. And technically it isn't 3D, but it's still binocular, so it just looks so much better. And I want them to come out with, and I think that this is reasonable. This is a realistic thing. I want them to come out with rechargeable little sensor pods that you can just attach to like floor, walls, ceilings, whatever. So you don't have to set up like big, huge sensors on top of like lifted platforms or anything like that. You just grab these things out of somewhere, stick them to something, and they're, like I said, they're rechargeable, so they have a charge of, I don't know, let's say 9 hours, something like that. And that way, no wires, no cables, no nothing. You just grab them out of their charging platform, stick them somewhere, you're good to go. This is your VR. And then I want this thing to be, I want it to be powerful enough and connected enough that you can have really, really crazy, like almost, I don't have a good way to describe this, but I kind of want to see like mesh gaming out of it. I want to see consoles that are really communicating with other consoles and possibly trying to build worlds on top of this, the capability of it. I don't have a good way of describing this, but I'm picturing multiplayer that could be a lot savvier than just saying, here's the other player's position and what they look like. I think there's a lot more that they can do. I don't have a good way of describing this or thinking about it, but I feel like it's a thing that exists and can exist. So that's pretty much my whole console description. As far as must-have titles, I'm going to be so predictable here. This one's not even hard to guess. A new Last of Us and a new Horizon Zero Dawn game. That's it. New iterations in both of those franchises. That makes me happy. I buy.
Would the new Last of Us be in VR?
It will. Oh, and sorry, with all of these games, I'm listing VR as a thing that I think should be there, but I think all the games should be playable in regular, just on a TV screen. So, both games I want to be able to play in VR, but I don't feel like they need to be. You know, you should be able to play the way you want, ideally.
Yeah, I wish I could. I finally have a good setup for VR here. Like when I was living at old house, I was just hitting like my desk and my bed all the time, trying to play in VR in my bedroom, and I can point the VR stuff like this way behind my monitor, where there's like this nice empty space between my computer area and like the couches. But it's still like such a frustration to get the VR stuff running, and especially with the headset I have, it's not good. I have Dell's first mixed reality headset, and like I don't really mind the visual quality. Like it's I think it's about the same resolution as like the first desktop Oculus headset, not the mobile one, so it's like Gen 1 kind of experience. I don't mind the resolution. The bigger issue is that this headset Here, wait, I can just. So this is okay. Oh shit, controllers. Okay. So this is the headset, and it hurts my head a little bit with it because there's like this wheel you twist until like your head is like clamped to it.
Yeah.
And also with this headset, they tried to do a neat thing where when you need to quickly see where you are in space, you know, to make sure you're not about to slap a pet or something, you can just flip it up and look, which is cool. But I don't know if it's just mine or the model was designed like this, but I was running into an issue all the time where like if I would look down, this would kind of like hang a little. Yeah. And you know, with VR, you need that exact. You need the lenses in the like perfect position so where there's not like blurring on the edges and stuff, and it just breaks all the time. It's terrible. And like so like I would like a new VR headset at some point, but I don't think I play enough of this to justify that. And then like the upgrades from this are like they're really expensive, like Valve headset and stuff. So yeah, so I haven't done anything.
Okay, so it's fun that you mentioned your apartment because that actually leads into my second dumb question. Or rather, it's convenient because you've now been living in this place for a little while. And as we'll say master of your domain, you've probably started doing a lot of things in there that you didn't have to do when you lived with other people, or you started customizing your space. So, what is one thing in your apartment that you constantly interact with and you think, my God, this thing just needs to be made into a smart device? Somehow, some way, what is a dumb thing that is in your place that you just know should be a smart device and no one's done yet? Kind of like how Nest took the thermostat and said, you know what, let's make this thing smart.
I don't know if there's anything that someone hasn't already done, because people made a lot of really stupid smart home devices.
Yeah, I know. I've seen smart faucets and things like that. Yeah. But this also implies that it's not going to be a terrible version of this. Feel free to make the assumption that it's actually like well done. And you don't have to explain how it would be better. Just something that sucks the way it is and should be made good.
Okay, I think I have two answers for this. First one that people have definitely done, I know this exists, is my oven. I do not like this oven. Mostly the issue I have with it right now is when I go to preheat it, and when it hits the right temperature, it's, you know, all the ovens, like, they do a beep or whatever. This does the quietest beep ever. I miss it if I'm not, like, if I'm wearing headphones or just watching TV at like a normal volume. And so like I'm constantly, and also because of this, before it hits the temperature, I'm like second guessing myself, like, should I put it in the oven now? Like, did it go off and I just didn't hear it? So I would like, so an oven that would beep much louder or send me a push notification.
I was going to say push notifications to the phone, 100%.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I know those exist. I also, I believe you can get like sensors that can detect a certain type of sound. So I'm at some point I might see if like there's one that is designed to detect beeps and put one near it and, you know, do this janky thing. I believe those also exist for like washing machines and dryers, where like if you don't have a smart one of those, you could just put this little thing on the side and it'll listen for it. So I need to look into those.
Yeah, if nothing else, that'd be an easy enough thing to make with like an Arduino.
Yeah. The other thing would probably be I would like a smart bed. just because like I have to like I like wearing either my Galaxy Fit band or a watch or something so I can figure out what's going on with my sleep. And those are annoying to wear. So like a smart bed ideally would have enough sensors where it could figure out when I'm asleep, how much I'm rolling around in the bed. You know, am I like you could even put in features like it would let you know if you like talk in your sleep or something. And it could even do like a Google Maps, like here's everywhere you went, like here's everything you said in your sleep last month, you dumbass. Like that'd be fun.
You know, funny enough, the one time that I've been to CES, there was a company that was actually selling a mattress that did sleep tracking. They didn't, I don't recall there being anything about like listening or audio detection or any of that stuff, but I mean eventually they would have added it. It kind of makes sense. At the same time, can you imagine the privacy concerns that people would freak out about over that?
For sure.
It's not like it's any worse than having your phone sitting next to you. This stuff could obviously record you through that, but
yeah,
the counterpoint, it's kind of like how everyone freaked out about Google Glass. It's private, or it's no less private than people carrying around a phone or spy glasses or 1,000 other things that have cameras. But because it was Google Glass, everyone freaked out over it.
Yeah, of course, in my ideal world, this would be built by a company that isn't sketchy. And you know, because it's a smart bed, like if you think about all the stuff you like would have around a bed anyway, you could put a lot of that in a smart bed. Like just it could be a smart speaker too. You know, it could be do the alarm clock stuff. You know, there's a lot of things you could build in there. I'm sure this exists already, but I'm sure it costs way too much money. I don't need it.
Okay, so I'm going to by the way, I honestly have not thought about answers for these questions before just now. So the thing that immediately comes to my mind is a smarter microwave. Mm-hmm. And I'm not looking for something genius here, though genius would be awesome. But one of the things that strikes me is I want microwaves to actually take out some of the work that's involved that just doesn't need to be. Like if you're gonna microwave, let's say a frozen dinner kind of thing, you know what I'd just like to be able to do? I just want to put the damn thing, the frozen dinner into the microwave, close the door, and hit the button that says cook frozen dinner. And it should be able to read from maybe a marking that's on the packaging. It should be able to just get instructions from there. Why should I have to look at the packaging, figure out, oh, this particular one wants 3.5 minutes, this other one wants 4.5 minutes. I know that's not a big thing, but look, this is supposed to be about convenience. Let me just put it in there, hit the button, and let it go. If it has a rest period to it, let it program in that rest period. This is all really stupid, easy stuff. It could be accomplished with a camera and a QR code. I don't see a reason this one shouldn't be a thing already. And it'd be great if we just had like an interface to microwaves that didn't suck. That will, give us like a basic smartphone interface so we could just tap a few things. If we've got like current microwaves obviously have buttons nobody uses, let's just get rid of those and replace them with pre-programmed stuff if we want to. Anything like that. I just think microwaves could be made so much better and more useful.
I know like most of what you're describing exists, but what I think is the defining feature of yours is the ability for food producers to put a code, like a QR code on it, and then the microwave knows what that is. Yeah.
I mean, it's so natural. I thought about this came to mind actually. You mentioned the oven, and microwave oven popped to my head immediately after that, because just literally last night I nuked a meal that I used to eat all the time, but I haven't had in months, and like immediately last night it occurred to me, I have to look again to figure out how long this needs to be cooked. So flip over the box, take 5 seconds to find where the instructions are, a couple more seconds to read, and it's like, why did I just do this? This is such a straightforward process. I should just be able to put it in. It should be right on the packaging, maybe on the bottom, and that's it. Like, it should be simple. There's no reason it can't be.
Yeah. Like for me, the big two things with smart home stuff is slightly better convenience. Most of the time it doesn't end up being that way because all these have weird frustrations with them. And also just giving me data on something I didn't know I needed.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's like when I started time tracking all my work, it's like, oh wow, my brain has been lying to me this whole time about how productive I am. Right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the bed. The bed could be like, hey, you're not getting a good night's sleep. What the fuck are you doing drinking coffee an hour before trying to go to sleep? You dumbass. You slept for 30 seconds.
I would love to see how much I would confuse one of those systems.
Oh no, there's no smart bed that could record Cody time effectively.
Nope. Hey, tonight, it'll try to guess what time I'm going to go to sleep, and it's like, okay, the last 3 nights he's gone to sleep about 4 a.m. It's a pattern. Wait, what the hell? He went to sleep at 1? What? We give up. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he asleep at 1? Wait, the next day he goes to sleep at 7 a.m.? All right, come on. This is a joke, right? Like, you're just messing with us. Like, no system can do this. Okay, so the last of the dumb questions. How long has it been since you made a call and talked for more than 5 minutes? And we're talking old school phone. No, this isn't
normal phone.
Yeah, this isn't video chat. This isn't like you and I talking now. We're talking normal phone call that lasted more than 5 minutes.
Okay, well, this one's actually easy. It would have been more than 5 minutes, probably would have been last month. I have one friend named Mason. You might have seen him in my Discord. And he, at some point, started just calling me at random times and was like, hey, what's up? How you doing? And then I would do it when I was bored. And then it just got into a pattern where we just, like, he tried to call me while we were on earlier. And I was like, I'll call you back, dude. So he is the only person I've, like, talked on the phone with in maybe ever, honestly. Like, I'm trying to think, like, yeah. Never really, I've always hated phone calls, so it's not a medium I enjoy.
Yeah. Let's see. For me, outside of... So, I think for me it was also about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks, something in that neighborhood. Friend of mine, one of my 2 best friends, she called me up. She and I have had this history where we became friends. We actually literally met 1 week before I moved to Vegas back in 2005. And since then, we have never actually lived in the same city, but we are best friends. And very
so
weird.
It's like early stage internet best friend.
Kind of, yeah. And I mean, I was literally best man at her wedding. For her. We did this swap thing. The groom had a maid of honor, I guess. I don't know. She did basically nothing. But yeah, we did a weird twist like that. And yeah, I was best man for her at her wedding, and like, we are that close to best friends. But yeah, we've never lived in the same city. We talk on the phone. That's how our friendship has been. The last time we actually had a conversation, it was about a month ago. And before that, actually, it's been quite a few months where you also have that sort of friendship where sometimes we'll talk like 3 times in a week. Other times we won't talk for a few months at a time. It's just when we need to talk.
Well, you eventually run out of interesting things to talk about, and it's like, oh, what'd you do this morning? Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, exactly. Or life kind of catches up to you, and you're too busy. And yeah. Anyway,
you're like, what'd you do for the past month? Work.
Yeah. But yeah, phone calls are not a thing that I do either. No. I'm not against them. I just don't do them.
I think it would be cool if we normalized a bit more just random calling friends, being like, hey, what's up? Because also, like, the reason I hate phone calls is that that's the medium through which most of the stressful things happen in life. It's like, right, like the number of times I'm right, like most of the times I'm opening the phone app, it's because I have to like fix my insurance again, or I have to figure out like why this package didn't get delivered, or like the thing my mom wanted at the store is not here, so I have to get her attention in a way that a text message might not. So
yeah.
So yeah. So
also I feel like phones have been companies even use phone calls as a means to sort of slow down or inhibit people's ability to get things done. And I'm specifically thinking of AT&T right now. Here's a fun fact. Some of you may know this. If you want to add an AT&T line, you can do this from the website without a problem. You want to make changes to your account, no problem. You can do this without breaking a sweat. There are so many things you can do with your AT&T account online. You know what you can't do? Remove a line.
Yeah.
You have to call them or show up physically. You have to directly interact with a human being. There is no other way to do it. You have to call them or show up in order to remove a line. Mm-hmm. And for that reason, I have a line on my account that has not been removed yet, and it has been there way longer than I need it to. Yeah, because calling them sucks.
That should really be illegal. Like I feel like it'd be really, and it's not even like one of those things that's difficult to legislate. It's like, okay, if you make a thing that people pay for and they can start paying for it through a website, you also have to let them stop paying for it through a website. Like, it's a really easy, I don't think there's any gray area here. It's very clearly anti-consumer.
Yeah. Austin asks, what is this, OnStar? My answer is no, it's a gym membership. But yeah, this is the worst conceivable dumb as hell routine. I hate it.
Also, my thing with phone calls also is I use it with my friend a lot when I'm driving, and also because I can make phone calls through Android Auto just fine, but I can't really do any other kinds of calling.
Yeah.
Like I can't call people in Discord. I don't even think I can call people on Skype, even though Skype does have Android Auto support. So that's another reason why I use the phone calls at all.
Yeah, I really haven't tried using anything other than regular phone calls in Android Auto. I mean, obviously I send text messages and stuff like that, but as far as other types of calling, I just really have not tried.
Yeah.
I've heard it looks like garbage, so that's why.
Yeah, I think I tried it once with Discord, and like it just didn't do anything. Like I started the call on my phone while Android Auto was plugged in, and just nothing happened on the car side. And it's especially annoying because my car has Bluetooth on it that works for calling, and because Android uses the same sort of like interactive system for any kind of audio call as it does for phone calls over Bluetooth. Like it's the same like low latency thing that has your display and stuff. Like I can do any kind of call over the Bluetooth in my car, but then I can't use Google Maps. because
Yeah.
that's on the auto. So that's always fun.
Yeah. So, anyway, funny enough, I thought that was going to be the question that, well, not that it wasn't still the shortest, but I figured that was going to be the question that was like, yeah, it took us literally like a minute to get through. It just shows we are good at talking. Okay, so let me ask, because we're now quarter after the hour, are you taking off, or do you want to continue with Apple?
Yes, I'm very hungry. I need food.
Okay, I figured. But hey, at least we didn't turn it into another full hour talking about Apple like we almost certainly would have.
Man, you know, it's some kind of testament that I can even talk about. You know, the only Apple product I legitimately use is this iPhone SE that lives over here.
Okay, you say you legitimately use it, but I kind of call BS because I know that you just use it to goof around.
No, you're right. Like it only comes out of the charging dock or drawer or whatever when I need to test something. That's it.
Look, I have the exact same model right here, and you'll notice it's plugged in because it hasn't had power in like a month. Maybe not quite that long, but close to it. And yeah, exact same reason. I pull it out when I need to test something, and other than that, it gets no use.
Yeah.
In fact, it's at 7% battery right now, which says a lot.
And also, like when I bought this, it was mostly for testing, but also I was like, hey, you know, I haven't really tried iOS since like iOS 5 or something. So I was like, you know, is it good now? No, I hate it. I can't stand it. So when this dies and I still have a need to test things, I will either buy like a banged up iPhone off of Swappa, which, you know, enough that will work for testing, or I'll buy like a used iPad. Now that I know that it won't have to leave my home.
So I am at a certain point when and we never even got to talking about this, even though we talked about Macs quite a bit. They didn't announce the new MacBook Pros at this event. Rumor is heavy that, and by the way, this all leads back to the same point in a second, but yeah, so it's rumored there's a separate event that the MacBook Pros, that's what we're going for. The MacBook Pros are supposed to be announced. So anyway, somewhere in the future with the new MacBook, or after I've got a new MacBook Pro, I do also want to look at getting an iPad. I haven't decided which model. That's not important here. So I do want to get a new MacBook, or a new iPad, or an iPad, I suppose would be the way to say it, but I want it to be a new one when I get it. And at a certain point, I do want to get an iPhone. I don't want to get it to use as a phone, but I do want to use it for other purposes, which will become very apparent when I start publishing YouTube videos. But when that time comes, I figure I'm going to want to get the latest one, not just because it's always nice to have the latest, but for actual practical reasons. And if that's the case, I don't know yet if I'll get it on a carrier deal or what, but yeah, somehow, some way, I'm probably going to shoot for the latest model. Because having a bang around phone is fine, but yeah, sometimes that's just not going to cut it, and I feel like more and more that's the case with an iPhone right now.
Gotta get
especially since I want to get
iPhone.
one that's going to last me several years worth of sort of testing and toss it around.
And unlike any Android phone, you'll still be able to sell it for a small amount of money after those couple of years.
Yeah.
And it won't just be worth like $7.
Kind of like every MacBook Pro ever. No. I mean that you can resell it quite a while later, whereas, compare that to almost any other company's laptops. It's like, hey, you drove it off the lot. It's worth half its price.
Yeah. Who wants my 5-year-old Dell XPS? Oh, no one. That's who.
Exactly. Who wants my 5-year-old MacBook Pro? Suddenly, like 30 hands all go up at once.
Oh shit! The one they had with the good keyboard, sign me up.
Oh my! Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, we all know. Yeah. So there's definitely that aspect of it, but yeah, I also just want to be using. I want to be using an iPhone that has those latest features. I want one that's going to actually have whatever their latest camera tech is. I want to be pushing the limits of what their phones can do, not what their phones could do 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. That being said, the iPhone SE, I only found this out, I think, this morning, or maybe it was yesterday. The first gen iPhone SE actually can install iOS 15 betas.
Yeah, it's getting the next up. It's got another year to live.
Yeah, which, that being said, I'm debating if I want to throw the beta on here. I very, very likely will. Because why the hell not?
Yeah.
That being said, I honestly don't know if I have enough storage space on here to do that. Because this is...
Yeah.
No joke, this is a 16 gig model. This was my aunt's phone, and she did not need any space on it. Not really, so...
Yeah, might need to do that one through iTunes or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if this will even support the update. I'm sure if I maybe wipe every app off of here, it might have space, but yeah, this might just have to be an iTunes update.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you have fun with that. I'm gonna maybe put the pizza in the oven. I'm not sure.
Oh, you can't wait that long? Can't wait for the pizza to cook?
Yeah. Going straight from the freezer to my plate. No heating.
Hey, you come on, you can't tell me you've never seen somebody do the like dry ramen before.
Ugh.
I don't know how anybody does it. That creeps me the hell out, but I have seen people do it.
No. I can't even do like refrigerator pizza without being heated up.
Fresh. Oh no, same here. No, cold pizza disgusts me. No, I feel like I just lost a follower or two.
Well, good. We don't need them. They're slime.
But yeah, cold pizza. I don't understand it. People say it's good. They're damaged. Sorry. No offense to anybody, but you're damaged.
Yeah. On that note, goodbye.
Adios, man. Have fun. All right. Okay, what are the comments? And believe me, like I said, I have not forgotten the question from way back about development stuff, which I may actually hit that right now, but first a quick check. Austin, I don't know if this was meant for the 3 dumb questions portion, but would you pay for call screen as a service on non-Pixel Android phones? My answer to that is I really don't know, because I do like call screen, but I'm really struggling with the fact that it's still, I feel like call screen is one step away from being the product I really want it to be. So for example, call screen in its current condition is pretty nice. It's good about figuring out when a phone call might be a scammer or spam in some way. It now does the thing that I hated that it didn't do for so long, and that is it automatically picks up a lot of calls. Because when call screen first came out, it didn't do that. It was just a thing you had to manually activate every time. So the phone is still ringing, or was still ringing, and you had to press a button to activate it. That to me was stupid. It was completely pointless if you're still getting interrupted by those stupid calls. So it wasn't really helpful at that time. Now it is. So it is definitely an improvement. I like that. I approve of it. The thing that I want it to do is I want it to be a little bit better at sort of, I hate saying this, but I kind of want it to apply CAPTCHAs. I kind of want it to be able to stop and say, you know what? We still think you're a scammer, but we're going to give you a chance because you seem like we're not confident enough. So if you want to get through, repeat this phrase back using your own voice. Or I don't know, asking basic math questions like, what is 3 times 5? If you can't, I don't know, something like that. I hate CAPTCHAs. I really do. They're stupid, but I kind of feel like that's the way to defeat the last of the scammers, because I still get, I'd say, 1 a week that can get through, and they're still recorded messages. So let's defeat the remainder. We can beat them. I'm feeling pretty confident on that. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. iPhone 6s released in 2014 is also getting iOS 15. Yes, it is. The 6, however, is not getting it, which was that was the cutoff. Let's see. Carson, have an old 6s lying around that you could throw the bait on. It's only got 16 gigs too. Yeah, that's the thing. Apple should have stopped selling with 16 gigs a little while sooner than it did. Just a little bit. A lot of it. Actually, it'd be great if they had stopped with 16 gigs like 4 years earlier than they did. Kirby Mermaid, only if Google Ultimate comes out. No kidding. Let's see. See if I could pay for pixel features on my OP9. I would if the price was right. And yeah, that is the other part of it. The price has to be the right price. Call screen to me is one of those things. It's all happening on the phone already. None of it is going out to Google. So that's one of those features I don't want to pay. I wouldn't want to pay a lot for if I weren't already using a Google phone. I could see maybe, if anything, I kind of would want to see that also become a part of Google One subscription. I don't want it to be a separate fee. I want it to be another feature that they're tacking into Google One. Because I don't know how much I would actually be willing to pay for that. Like, do you pay $1 a month? I could see doing that. Is it worth $5 a month? At this point, man, you gotta get a lot of scam calls for $5 a month to be worth it. Would you want it, like, how many people would be willing to pay $10 a month? Not that I think Google would charge this, but holy crap, that's way too much. The counter, and I'm gonna throw a fun one at you. If you were an iPhone user, how much would you pay to get call screen on your phone? Because there is no, like, there are other apps on the Play Store that can actually do most of what call screen does. I mean, they can't talk over the phone, but like when I say that, I mean they could redirect a call. They can do various things on your phone. They can hang up on a call. I don't know if they can necessarily do this with the most recent versions of Android, but I mean, I used to use other apps that did this. So call screen, I mean, it may be the best implementation we have of something like this, but it's not the only way that this was accomplishable on Android. Now, let's talk about iPhones. There's nothing. You got nothing. There's no call screen. There's no way to filter out scam callers. how much would Apple users be willing to pay if they could get call screen, Google's call screen on an Apple phone, on an iPhone? That would be, I feel like that would be a different story. I bet then you would see people saying, no, seriously, we'll pay $10. We'll pay $10 to just fix this problem now. It's so much so that I would really expect that I'm honestly surprised that call screen, like if call screen were made available to all Android phones, I bet that would be one of the biggest motivators for people to get off of iPhones. Anyway, let's see. Carson, the 6 never got iOS 14. I honestly don't know. I guess that one's easy enough to look up too. Let's switch views real quick. Hey, there we go. And all right, the iOS version history. Let's see. Does it not list supported devices? Are you kidding? Oh, okay, it does. Yeah, it did not go to the iPhone 6. That was the 6S. So, oh wait, that's technically, let's double check 14 itself. Okay, yeah. 14 only went to the 6S and later. So sanity check. Wait, did 13 not make it there either? iOS 13 didn't make it to the iPhone 6 either. 12 had to, right? Yeah, 12 made it to the 5S and 6. So, okay. That's... wow. The 6 really got abandoned a lot earlier than I thought. Let's see. So, yeah. Everything that was supported, or everything that was able to support iOS 14 is getting 15. Curvy Mermaid, you pay for enough subscription services. Yeah, I mean, I get that. But yeah, and again, I think it would just be a part of Google One, which would be another motivating factor. Right now, I think Google One, I mean, it's storage if you need storage. It has a few unlocked features, but for the most part, actually, that's another interesting question. Google One, what are the perks again? Extra Google Photos editing features, up to 40% off on hotels. So yeah, that's all they list. Let's be honest, if they added call screen to Google One, I bet that would actually be the thing that motivates a ton more people to subscribe. Yeah, and Kirby going with all the Pixel exclusive features on Android phones, that would be interesting. Pixel exclusive features. Do we have a list of those? I don't know if... yeah, I don't think anyone's ever actually compiled just a list of all the Pixel exclusive features. Just out of curiosity. Smart storage. I guess that's an exclusive feature. Google Lens on Demand. I mean, technically these aren't exclusives anymore. Driving mode. Yeah, I don't think driving mode is. Fast camera. I'm sorry, I don't think he does. I don't think he's that good of a writer. Anyway, at least not a good researcher. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, so many of the Pixel exclusive features don't stay exclusives. They really, I don't think it's a problem that they do or don't. Just, it is very notable that a lot of the stuff that seems like a Pixel exclusive, it just stays that way for like 6 months, and then everybody else gets it eventually anyway. And that's usually like the debugging period. Pixel users get to be the guinea pigs on stuff before everybody else gets to use the fully working version of it. Let's see. Austin, you'd pay $10 a month for it if it includes unlimited high quality uploads. Okay, my problem with that, I don't want high quality uploads. I want original quality. I'm never going to pay for something that has high quality uploads. At least not if that's the perk. I need original quality. Carson, the hotel discount is the most random one. It really is. And also the one that no one is using lately. So few people are traveling, the hotel benefit is like dumb. Though I should look at it. One of these days I'm gonna have to start traveling again, and the hotel benefit would be nice. Google really needs service bundles like Apple. What is, you know what? I actually haven't looked at it in forever. I don't even remember what Apple's subscription looks like. So what do we have? Apple Music, Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade. Are all these included in one bundle? What is our pricing? 15 a month. That's seems pretty reasonable. Okay, so Apple Arcade, Apple TV Plus, Apple Music, iCloud. I'm assuming that's a set amount of space. Apple News Plus and Apple Fitness Plus. Okay, how much is 50 gigabytes of iCloud? Okay, so it is way more expensive than Google in terms of storage, but you're also getting the TV features. So let's see, just for reference, wait, where is it at? Here we go. Just for reference, if we're talking about monthly, Google is $2 a month and you get twice as much storage. But with Apple, you're of course getting music, TV, and arcade. If you add YouTube to the mix, you're still paying $3 less per month. I think YouTube is $9.99, right? Not crazy, I don't think. So you're still $3 under for YouTube, which I know this isn't quite fair, but I figure YouTube gives you the music, and it's not giving you the same thing as Apple TV Plus, but it's kind of, I mean, it's a big entertainment platform, kind of. So what you're missing is arcade. Oh, is YouTube Premium $12 a month? I must have missed that, or I've just forgotten it. Okay, YouTube Premium, just double checking for the hell of it. And again, not that this is the same thing. It really isn't. Because, I mean, you can watch 99% of what's on YouTube without paying any price other than watching ads. What the hell? Look at YouTube's premium page, and they don't actually list a price if you aren't, or if you're already subscribed, they don't list a price. What the hell? Oh, that's so weird. And I've got a family plan, so I don't see this, the same thing. Okay, that's really dumb. So, incognito mode, premium. Yeah, okay, it is 12. That's so dumb. It should be 10. Like, 10 would be the right number. No, I agree it's worth 12, but they can afford to do it for 10. And I kind of feel that's more the right place for it. But yeah, I do agree. It would be great if Google decided, not that I would even use all of it, but can you imagine if Google decided to put whatever the hell the name of that app, or the service. I'm trying to think of the name of it. But Google's version of Arcade, whatever the hell that was. Play Plus, I think. And weirdly, is this like is this the day that I'm not going to see any of the stuff that is available if I look at the actual web page? Because I'm currently in the apps page on the Play Store, and it's not here in the sidebar. It's nowhere on this page. I've scrolled down already and back up, but yeah, it's not here. But if I look on my phone, Play Pass, that's the name I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah, you guys got me in chat before I got to it. But yeah, there's no question they could absolutely do some drive storage, Play Pass, YouTube Premium, which includes YouTube Music. They could do that for, I don't see why they couldn't do that for $15. Or even if you popped it up another $1 or $2, I think people would be okay with that. It has to include storage, obviously. I think 100 gigs is perfectly, that's the right number. Going to 50 is a little too cheap. Let's see. If you're gonna throw in unlimited quality backups, I don't know what the cost implication of that is. That to me stands as the big question mark, because, and that's something only Google's gonna know. But I'm so curious how many people are out there who are just absolutely demolishing storage with that. Like, how many people are sitting there just taking literally hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of photos per day? And it's not that I think it's a lot of people, but I bet there's someone out there who's like, you know what? I can use this as a free, just a hypothetical. I'm just throwing this out there because someone has done this. In fact, I bet, hold on, I will even test this in a second. I have a theory. But I bet somebody out there came up with the idea to use Google Photos as a free version of a security system. Think about this. You could put a phone, just hide a phone, keep it powered, point it at your door or something like that, and just use an app that configures it to take a photo every, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever. It just takes a photo and then backs up that photo to Google Photos. And with unlimited high quality storage, it doesn't have to be original, but unlimited high quality storage, you have an eternal backup of all time, forever. Okay, so Instructables, Google Photos, Unlimited. Let's just search that. Yeah, how to get blah blah blah. Choose. My theory is all right, come on. DIY smart home security system for less than 50. That's using a Raspberry Pi. Let's try. No. No. Okay, that's not it. I don't know. Maybe no one's come up with this idea yet. Maybe this was just a random thing that popped into my head, and it's that solution that no one's come up with, but it absolutely would have worked. Anyway, you get the idea that I'm going for. There's someone out there who's absolutely abused the living crap out of Google Photos somehow. And using it as a security system makes sense. Using it as, I don't know what else, but any number of ways that they exist. Guaranteed, there's something out there where somebody has found some egregiously abusive way of using unlimited. Any free unlimited or even a paid unlimited, someone's doing it and it's getting abused. So I can see why they want to put an end to that. Let's see. Carson brought up include Stadia Pro 2. Here's the thing. I don't think they can. And the biggest reason for that, when I look at Apple's pricing, I immediately notice, oh, this isn't text that I can select. That's weird. But I look down here, and News Plus and Fitness Plus are both added costs for Premiere. Or they're features that push Premiere forward. The thing that stands out to me about adding Stadia Pro, it would be neat, but I feel like they would have to charge more. And it's entirely because every time Stadia puts one of those games in as a free with Pro game, they're paying for that. That is a game that they have to pay the company to basically give out for free. Even if someone, I don't know if they're necessarily paying it if somebody doesn't play the game, but they are paying a small portion to that company just to be able to put that game into people's inventories, where they can then play it on Stadia Pro. So by the time that they're paying for the game and doing everything else, I have a sneaking suspicion that including all of it for, say, $15 a month wouldn't work. Whoops, I hit the space bar. It would just get too expensive, is my theory. They wouldn't actually be making money at that point. I could be wrong, but it just feels like it might be getting too close to the razor thin margin. So Google's best move is probably to make that like maybe an upgrade, so you don't pay the full price of Stadia Pro, but if you're already paying for Google One or some Google bundle, you just pay a little bit extra, like half of what Stadia Pro would cost, and you get Stadia Pro. That might make it compelling. And this brings back what I've talked about in the past of give us kind of like an a la carte bundle like you pick what you want in the bundle, And every single thing you get just kind of lowers the percentage you pay on the prices of those things. So if you're subscribing to 3 things, you get maybe a 15% discount. 2 things gets you a 10%. Like everything that you subscribe to gets you a 5% discount across the board. Maybe that wouldn't work very well in all cases, but it would work really well in some. Let's see. Linus Tech Tips even published a video abusing the G Suite Unlimited storage. Huh, interesting. He uploaded all of his team's hard drives. Ah, yes, okay. Yeah, that's always the strategy with this. There's always some way. Well, there was somebody who was uploading to the unlimited storage on Google Photos. Somebody had was taking photos, modifying them. This is with original quality, not unlimited, or not high quality. Somebody was taking data that they normally would have just put in Google Drive, turning it into image files and uploading it through their Pixel phone. Somebody managed to dump like a terabyte of data doing that. And of course, recovering that stuff would be a huge pain in the ass. It's not worth doing. It's totally ridiculous. But yeah, people were screwing around with doing things like that just because they could. Now Workspace no longer has unlimited storage. Yeah, the only thing is, I guarantee it wasn't because of him. Like, he may have been the thing that kind of called attention to it, but there were so many people doing that. Isn't that the same thing Apple's doing with Apple Arcade, though? Oh, you mean with giveaways? Well, with Apple Arcade, you only get to use the app as long as it's included in Arcade. At least that's pretty sure that's the case. You don't get to keep this stuff. Over 100 incredibly fun games, no ads, no in-app purchases. Does it say anything else? Probably have to look at a different page for details on Apple Arcade. Here we go. We'll just pop through here. I'm pretty sure that once something leaves the Apple Arcade, it's gone. Not that they remove stuff from Apple Arcade that frequently, but I know, or I believe they have a few times. What games are included? How often are games added? Do they ever leave? Let's see. Some of the games included. Do games leave? We'll just try the random Reddit post. Let's see. All right, everyone there's just guessing. Not that I expected any different. Let's does anyone know in advance when a game will leave? They generally don't. So far, no games have left the service. I was under the impression that they don't plan to retire games from Arcade. Yeah. Okay. So, oops. Okay, so none have left yet. Seeing as it's only, I'm actually kind of surprised they only have 180 games so far. Well, 180 plus. Okay. That actually seems like a low number if that's the case. But yeah, the thing is, Apple at that point is making a calculated risk that they're going to effectively get more from subscriptions than people are going to get from playing the games. And I kind of get that. That makes sense. But yeah, they're paying an upfront cost to... I'm assuming Apple... I'm just guessing here. I'm assuming their contract is probably like, we're basically just buying the right to distribute your game, and we're not going to pay based on the number of people who end up playing it. We're just going to pay you to have your game and be a distributor for it. That'd be my guess. So Apple wants to charge a subscription fee instead of charging a per game cost, and that just makes sense. Whereas with Stadia, you know, it is different because you're paying per person who is claiming that game. Even if they're claiming it on Pro and that access goes away, you're still paying a one-time fee to give that game to people. So it is different, even if it's not different in all the ways. And yeah, Play Pass again is different because people only have access to it as long as a app, not just game, but any app remains in Play Pass. Once it leaves, you either have to buy it yourself or just live with it being gone. Let's see. So, okay. Going back, way back, Carson asked the question, and I think it was Austin who said he also wanted to see an answer for this. Actually, Carson, you asked two things. One of them was kind of a unclear point from something I said. So I mentioned that one of the things they announced with Swift coming up is concurrency. And you sort of mocked it, saying, how does Swift not have concurrency yet? Okay, it does have concurrency. You can definitely, it has the ability to do multi-threaded code. However, what they're adding is a simplified method for it. Swift 5.5 await. They're basically adding the await keyword. Yep, here we go. Is this it? Yeah, they're adding the async await keywords along with what they're calling actors. So yeah, these are going to be, it's going to be a simpler way to do it. It's going to cut the size of threading code down to roughly a quarter to a half. Let's see. I saw a sample of this just last night. I don't remember where I saw it, but this kind of looks familiar, but yeah. Okay, so do we have a... Yeah, I'm not really seeing a clear... Alright, this is all what the new code would look like. None of it's what old code would look like. The point is, it's simpler and shorter. Now you can do this whole thing where you kick off an event, something like this. Let's see. Yeah, that's not too screwed up by chat, but let's shrink it a little bit. Anyway, you can kick off these await events. Oops. And yeah, just like fire off multiple threads. Each one is going to kind of go off and do its own thing, and then you can check that they are completed before performing some action. So this is a much easier way to get responses and handle concurrency. It's not going to solve all situations. There's a lot of stuff that this definitely slows down if you're not careful with it, but it's going to simplify things in a lot of ways. So Swift definitely already has concurrency and threading. It just doesn't have it. They're adding stuff to make it easier for just writing clean code. So yeah, it's not as bad as it sounds. They definitely do still have concurrency. That being said, they could have done it much better, as always. Let's see. The other one, do you think Swift UI is better or worse than Jetpack Compose? It's the same thing. I mean, if you even just see what the code looks like, there are a few syntactical differences, but it's basically just identical. It looks the same. It works the same. It's so similar. So yeah, Jetpack Compose and Swift, I swear you could almost copy paste the code. There's so many similarities. It's ridiculous. That being said, there's just enough differences that I think we'll never actually see a good converter between the two. It is what it is. But I also have not been using Jetpack Compose with any regularity. So my experience with it is a lot weaker. That being said, I'm probably going to start screwing with Jetpack Compose again in a couple more months. We'll see. Anyway, so what else do we want to get into? We can head back into some of the other stuff at WWDC, or do you guys have any other topics? Feel free to pop up with other stuff, because I don't know how Apple oriented you want this whole thing to go. Thoughts on SharePlay? Sure, we can dig into that. That was actually one of the topics I was going to skip to some extent, but I didn't. Here's the thing, and I said it in Discord. We'll pop open that page, and there we go. Oop. Oh, I'd already switched. My mistake. So I think they built this for people. I said that before. That's kind of like, if that was going to be my tagline for this, or that would be my tagline if I was trying to write one for this. The thing is, they really did, like, this feels like something people will use. People have been doing this whole, like, simultaneous movie watching thing for a little while. That's not a new feature, or it's not a new concept. It's, a lot of people really enjoyed it, but it never really works super well with other people. It's a good idea that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. And 9 times out of 10, it's one of those things that also isn't that well integrated. You don't have the fluidity that they're hyping with this. Now, granted, with that said, you still need to have at least, I think, well, not at least, but you're not going to enjoy this if you're trying to do this on a phone. Maybe you could do it with music, but you're not going to enjoy watching a video with somebody else on the phone. It's only going to work with certain services. Oh, sorry. To continue my previous point just a little, you're going to want an Apple TV if you're watching videos with somebody else. You're going to want, or a Mac, or at least an iPad. I don't know, something. You're always going to want 2 devices. And then the fact that it only works with certain services like Hulu and TikTok, and I'm assuming YouTube will be in the list. It isn't. Oof. It will be. That's. I feel fairly confident it will be. If it's not now, it should be soon enough. That's insane. They had to have reached out, and I wonder if YouTube was like, yeah, we'll get back to you. Even Twitch. Honestly, I'm surprised Twitch is on the list. Being that Amazon and Apple don't get along super well, and Twitch doesn't seem like a place that even really needs this. It seems odd. I guess Twitch must have really wanted to just maybe use it to gain added exposure or something. I don't know. Kind of hard to place that. Everything else on the list makes sense though. I guess I'm a little surprised Netflix isn't on there. But Netflix is sort of notoriously bad at doing integrations, so that might be a reason. And I know that... Okay. You know who else isn't on the list? And I think is actually on the list, but they just forgot to include it. Apple TV. Anyone else think that that's an odd one? I mean, it's got to be there. It's got to be supported. But it is just funny that let's see, Apple TV device. Of course, you can share Apple TV Plus shows using SharePlay. Okay, there it is. So it is confirmed. It's there. But, like, it should be on this graphic. There's a problem if it's not on this graphic. Somebody was dumb enough to think that, oh yeah, let's just assume it. Anyway. And how hilarious would it be if they actually launched this and Apple TV wasn't supported? Oh my god. Absolute failure. Anyway. So, yeah, my thought on this is it's a cool feature. It's maybe not going to be the most used thing, but it's something that people are going to enjoy. People will like this. It'll do well. And this is, I don't know if there's a more polite way to say this, but it's kind of that gimmick that's a good tentpole feature. It doesn't matter whether or not people use it. It looks cool. Carson, nice. It'd be like Stadia not working on Google TV. Or Chromecast with Google TV. Yup. Though, hey, the firmware for that is rolling out. I've seen that mentioned, so... Oh man, imagine OnlyFans. That'd be hilarious. Or how about, hey, there you go. What about Pornhub? Mutual watching in Pornhub. That seems like it should be a thing. But yeah, anyway. So I don't have one to try with. Honestly, after the first few months went by, do I have a I was about to say, I do not have a Google TV with Chromecast. I hate that name so much. I don't have a Sabrina. That's what we're going with. I don't have a Sabrina. Yeah, God, that name it's too easy to reverse Google TV and Chromecast. I mean, you did it. Like, anyway. Honestly, like after the first 2 or 3 months without it, I kept figuring, it's gotta get it. It's gotta get it. It's insane if it doesn't have it. And at a certain point, I started thinking, all right, what are the odds that they actually come out with a replacement device before Google TV before Sabrina gets support. And like the longer it lasted, the more I kept thinking, I'm just gonna hang back and watch this. There is zero chance I will buy a Sabrina before this, because I want to make sure that they don't release something like a year later and then go, okay, so yeah, Sabrina's not ever going to support Stadia. Tough luck. Like, I didn't want to be caught in that particular position. The other version of it, which I was also kind of thinking, is what if they release it and it turns out that they still release a new device, at which point I would be looking at it and going, hey, I would have rather had the new device. It didn't do me any good having the old one all this time. So yeah, I'd rather just wait. Now, I'm still not going to buy one because, and I'm dead serious about this, I think somewhere in the next 6 months or less, they're going to do another giveaway. Not this controller specifically, but I think they're going to do another giveaway through some program. Like you pre-buy a game, or you do something, and I think they're going to do another thing where they send out controllers and a streaming dongle. And when they do the next time, I don't think it's going to be a Chromecast Ultra. I think it's going to be a Sabrina. So why buy it now? I could just wait another, I don't know, another 2-3 months and probably get a Sabrina basically for free. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. I've already got the Google TV experience-ish with a Shield. I know it's not the same thing, but it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's close enough. So yeah, I'm pretty content with just waiting. Maybe I'm being unnecessarily cheap or cautious or optimistic, but yeah, I'm just good with waiting. Let's see. Nest soundbar with Google TV. Oh god. I kind of hope not. I don't know, maybe that would be good. Something about Nest doing Android TV devices. I'm not sure I like that idea. I can't figure out why. Something about it just feels slightly uncomfortable to me. I really can't explain why. I don't know. I don't know why. Something just doesn't sound right about that. Shield TV runs smoother than the new Chromecast, probably. Yeah, I believe it. And I've got an original Shield TV. This is first gen. It's not even the updated one, but still, it runs so good all these years later. It's old as hell at this point. It is by far the oldest Android device I still have running. And yeah, it's great. Let's see. New Chromecast drops frames occasionally. Oh, seriously? I mean, okay, let me ask this. Are you talking when it's playing back video or just in the menus? If it's in the menus, oh, I should have looked at the next line. In the UI. Yeah, if it's dropping frames in the UI, I don't really care that much. Even the Shield very occasionally drops frames in the UI. It does drive it drives me crazy though on my Sony. Holy crap, my Sony TV is so fucking slow. It's awful. It's laggy as hell. It drops all the frames. It's bad. One of these days, God, just so I can show this off, I swear I might just record a video of my TV just so I can show you guys how bad it is. It's such an embarrassment. Oh God, Austin. What? Oh my God. Why'd you have to say the name? Because the name would be Nest Chromecast Soundbar with Google TV. You're right. It absolutely would be. Oh my God. It's terrible, but it's true. It's so true. Cringe. So much cringe. Okay, so let's see. I figured a quick, I don't know how much there really is to say on this, but I'll sidetrack this. Oh, video playback is fine on Sabrina. Okay. Well, that's good. If video playback sucked, to me that's DOA. The moment video playback is bad on any device, I don't care, like no excuse works. That means it is not a device for playing back video. Period. If any video stutters, it all stutters. By the way, I'm very much clearly talking about my Sony TV. I don't even watch video played on the TV. Like through the TV's fine. Played on the TV? Nope. It absolutely stutters in the first like 5 seconds of video, and it pisses me off. Anyway, Apple's iCloud Plus bundles a VPN, private email, and HomeKit camera storage. I will quickly say, I don't know why I don't trust Apple with a VPN, not because I think Apple's snooping, but because I think Apple will run it like crap. Sorry, not sorry. I just, Apple doesn't do these types of services well. It's not that they can't learn to do them well, but they have a history of not doing them well. So I don't have a ton of faith in this. Other than that, I see nothing really different between this and Google running a VPN. It just is what it is. The private email, yeah, okay, it's email. At this point, Apple's been doing it long enough. I still hear little complaints, but for the most part, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, the private relay thing. Here's the thing. You're adding a feature that other email services have actually done for years. Not very many of them, but there are others that have been doing the fake email account that you can like create and shut off at will. It's not hard to do. It's a really, really easy thing to do. You're just aliasing email. And yeah, I don't think that this is asking that much. And since they've been doing iCloud email for years, this isn't adding very much. The only thing that kind of feels cringy to me is that they could have definitely done private relay as they could have done it as a free service, and they should have done it as a free service. The fact that they're putting it into a subscription feels a little cringy to me. But yeah, anyway, that there is that. Google One should let you allocate storage for Nest cams. I agree with that. 100%. 1000%. I agree with that. This is one of those things. To me, Nest is overpriced. I would love to. I like some of the features Nest offers. I would like to get some Nest hardware, but at the same time, I don't want to pay for Nest overpriced subscriptions. They're kind of abusive. They're taking advantage of people. I can't get behind it. And I know it's not bad for some people, and in some cases the prices are actually really competitive, but in other cases I don't think they are. Let's see. Oh wait, is Private Relay their VPN service? I thought that was the name they were using for the email. Oh yeah, you're right, it is the VPN. It'll route your traffic through two relays in order to mask who's browsing and where the data is coming from. Apple's trying to distinguish the feature from traditional VPNs, and if you ask, Apple will tell you it's not a VPN at all because they're liars. In part because it sends data through that second hop. Do you guys not understand how VPNs work? 2 hops can still be a VPN. That second hop prevents any one party, including Apple, from seeing all of your browsing data, Apple says. That's not how VPN... What? None of that makes any sense. That doesn't stop Apple from seeing your data. Unless they're paying somebody else entirely to mask things with a VPN. That has nothing to do with it. Who cares if it could be taking 1 hop or 15 hops. They're all this... stupid. So stupid. That's dumb. Apple's fucking lying. Anyway. Okay, the email was just called Hide My Email. That's a terrible name, but okay. Let's see. They offer private email stuff with sign in with Apple. I think this is where you can create and use them on any site. Yeah, that's the Hide My Email thing. And yeah, it's just like some credit card companies let you create fake credit card numbers. You know, they're real, but they're intended to be single use or limited use. And if you ever decide that you don't want that company to be able to charge that number ever again, you just disable that number and it goes away. So that all works. It's a reasonable, it's a good technique. I'm just not, I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And it's not something you should have to pay for. Apple already offers a similar feature through Sign In with Apple. Wait, then why are they charging for it? I honestly forgot they already offered that. But yeah, why are they charging for it? Yeah, this is confusing. Anyway. Man, when you start getting into some of these side details, it really makes her announcements feel a lot weaker. Alright, anyway. So... And yeah, and then their iCloud storage already is part of their HomeKit security camera thing. So, which is something I agree Google should do, but it doesn't. Oh, it only works if the site supports it. Got it. That makes sense. It still seems dumb that wouldn't just be a free feature. It really should be. Damn it, Apple. Fix your stuff. Though to that point, I really wish Google would offer this too. Let's see, and then I guess this was all part of the same announcement. So I opened up multiple things thinking that this would be separate stuff, but yeah, they're talking about how they're gonna basically VPN your stuff through Safari and stuff like that. Yeah, who cares? Okay, let's see. We have Apple previewing iOS 15. What were their big things? They, of course, mentioned the sharing. Oh, yeah. You'll be able to have FaceTime calls with the Android users, but you have to create a link to the call and wait for somebody to join you, which... Yeah, if you don't want people to use it, then take a thing that is fairly immediate, requires waiting for people to connect, and then they have to connect through a browser. This is 1000% guaranteed the easiest way to make people not use your feature. So they found a way that when this one of these days comes to, let's be honest, when one of these days there's litigation that would force Apple to admit or show emails saying, oh yeah, we think people chose Apple products because of FaceTime, then you're going to have Apple being able to say, but no, look, we made it available to Android users too. We're not being exclusive about this. It's 100% what's going on here. So, yeah, that's comical, but whatever. Let's see. They did improve notifications, so that's now a thing. Batch summaries and focus modes. I like that they're adding this. I'm not sure how good it's actually going to be in real practice. That I think will be one of the... It'll turn out to be a time-tested issue. At a certain stage, Apple's going to improve these things, but I think how the focus mode plays out is really gonna decide a lot. Okay, what else do we have here? Besides the fact that it felt like an eyelash was falling. New feature called live text. Yeah, we already kind of talked about that. Which I do have to say, copying the lens feature, good. Everyone should have this. Even if no one's using it, everyone should have it. No reason not to. No, and there's no reason not to copy it. It was a good idea. Google did a good thing with that. Let's see. There was a spatial audio stuff. I've heard nothing but people saying it's gimmicky. It's kind of neat at first, but it's not a better experience. Let's see. Live text is a bad name. Yeah, I agree. It's probably intuitive, and I think people will understand it. I mean, hell, some of the names I've seen out of this announcement, I don't understand as soon as I hear the name. But live text, it may not be a great name. It's a little confusing, but out of the features that I heard about, I immediately knew which one live text was. So it's at least not completely obscure. It's just not as good as it probably should have been. Let's see. Oh, here's one that... Wait, did I move it around to the wrong place? Ah, here we go. Yeah, you'll be able to use your iPhone as an ID at the airport. Yes. Okay, so I agree with, I think it was it Austin who said this before? I could be mistaken. But whoever said, maybe Hoopy? I don't know. Whoever said it, I do agree with you. I think this is one of those things where it's going to take a long time for this sort of stuff to really expand out and for people to start using it like widely. Why is... wait a second. Why is... I think the window capture is frozen. Let's try popping a different thing in there. Okay, let's see. Where is our browser? If we switch to, there we go. All right, not sure why that happened, but There we go. Oh, I know why. One of the tabs didn't tear off and join like it was supposed to. Okay, that explains that. Anyway, so yeah, I do agree though. This is going to prompt people to start using, or it's going to prompt more agencies to start supporting things like this. Using your phone as a passport, well, not a passport, but as an ID, as car keys, as the 1,000 other things. I mean, it's something that we've obviously been headed towards, and I'm good with that. I think we're getting closer and closer to the time where this stuff needs to start happening. Not to say that it doesn't impose some potential issues, but these are things that we can solve. But yeah, I mean, we're getting there. It is dumb that we kind of walk around with these little pieces of plastic that don't accomplish that much, and we can't use our phone as a good substitute for those same pieces of plastic. Because it's not like it's that hard to fake a driver's license. It's not like it's that hard to fake pretty much any other any other card that you carry, or any of the I don't know. Well, they mentioned hotel keys. Like, it's so easy to fake or copy this stuff. Why not just have it on your phone anyway? It works. It's easy enough to do. The technology's there. May as well do it. Let's see. Oh, jumping back a little bit, Carson asked, wonder if their live text feature will work to identify objects like lens. If that had been a feature, they would have definitely hyped it up. They're very focused on this is good for reading text and only text. Let's see. Curvy said, I saw that you could use your iPhone as a house door key. Can Android do that with an app? So what they're doing is they're trying to push basically another standard, I think. Strictly speaking, yes, you can use an Android phone for all of the same stuff. It's not like it's using a new type of transmitter. They're not doing anything so completely. Damn it, did I drop that cap? I'm always fiddling with stuff, and I think I just dropped. Okay, putting the cap down, stop fiddling with it. Find something else to fiddle with instead. But yeah, this is still running through NFC. There's no reason an app can't do it. It's just you would then need an app to do it. What they have is or what they're trying to do is create a single system service that you'd be able to, in their case, use wallet with, but they want a single system service that's kind of like your one-stop shop to be able to trigger all of these things. Android doesn't have that, but it should. And it probably will eventually. I think it's a little... I mean, I get why Apple is putting it in Apple Wallet. I wouldn't want Google to put it into Google Wallet. I like the idea of keeping Wallet dedicated to paying for things. I think that's the right place for it. What worries me is I don't know where Google would instead choose to put it, because I don't want all of this stuff to end up in Google Home, because the Home app sucks. I don't know where else some of this stuff would go. But as a system service, it would make a lot of sense. So I don't know. We'll see. There is definitely a place for this. Let's see. You would use your phone as a house key. I need to research this, something Nest should do. And you can unlock the Nest lock with the Home app. Yes. Strictly speaking, this might be kind of worth noting. The feature that Apple has here, as far as I'm aware, does not require an internet connection, whereas using the Home app to unlock a Nest lock does require internet service. No matter what, like you can't, there's no way you can just walk up to a Nest lock if there's no internet connection in anyone's case. Like, you can't just walk up to a Nest lock, hold the phone there, and unlock it. I believe that's what the iPhone is aiming for. Is all of this stuff is still, like, it has a token on the device that it's using to send an encrypted signal. It's sending that over NFC or whatever method, and it is unlocking there on the spot. That's something I do want. Again, there's nothing stopping any of this stuff from happening on an Android phone. It's just no one's building that one nice dedicated UI combined with everything else to make it work. So they do need to get in on that. It'll get there. It's just taking its ever sweet time on doing it. Wait a second, really quick. Just realized there was something I needed to check. Just a quick second. Good. Did not get any emergency thing there. And how about over here? Just checking. Nothing. Okay, good. The world is still okay-ish. Okay, cool. Just occurred to me there was something that really needed my attention, or could have needed my attention, and I forgot to deal with it. Fortunately, nothing happened. Attention not needed at the moment. All right, and make sure my windows are in place. Good. Okay, coming back. But yeah, so I think this is good. This is one of those things where our phones are already too central to our lives, but this is the type of thing that our phones should be doing. It's the right sort of functionality that we actually do need in our phones. So yeah, 100% on board with seeing this kind of thing happen. Okay, really quick. I don't want to mess with that. Oh, screw it. That stuff can all get updated later. All right. What else do we have? We talked about this in Discord so much, but Apple introduces Siri for third-party devices. I mean, we talked about it in Discord. I do think what this is going to lead to very heavily is, yeah, they're showing pictures of the wrong kind of stuff. What I think it's going to lead to is Apple is going to keep making all of its own things that all have a certain look to them. I mean, you've all seen the HomePods. You've all seen all of the different devices that they use or that they sell. They all have certain looks and aesthetics to them. But the thing is, you don't end up with you don't end up with stuff like the, let's see, speakers that look like, well, maybe that's not that far off, but you know, a Bang & Olufsen speaker. You don't see things that look like this coming out of Apple. I do think that this is the kind of reason why Apple wants to start adding more support to things, and it still requires that you have a home pod, evidently. But I think this is the point. They really want people to be able to have stuff that looks the way they want, while also being required to buy Apple products to make it happen. That's my theory. Because too many people, I'm sure, they're sitting down and saying, hey, you know, we'd really like this, but we don't want these, you know, we don't want this sitting in our house. Like, we don't want this really, really very bland white or black to just be sitting out in the open in our house. We want like a nice wood grain speaker. We want, you know, I don't know, something that just has a different look to it. Because let's be honest, like, straight up, this looks tacky. It kind of really looks tacky. At least it would look tacky in your like $2 million house kind of way. Someone who's got really, really nice stuff everywhere else and then has this sitting out, it's gonna look weird. It doesn't look right. Austin, did AP do something to piss off EV Leaks? Or is he just in a mood again? So I do not know. I haven't even looked in AP's chat room today. My hunch is he's in a mood, because he's always in a freaking mood. Honestly, I just don't know though. It doesn't take much to piss off Evan. It really doesn't. I think I'm probably one of like 3 or 4 people at AP who's been with AP long enough that I should have been banned, or not banned, but blocked, and I never was. But yeah, almost everybody else at some point or another has said something about him in reference to him, or vague booked him just enough that he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be a dick about it, and just gonna block everybody. I'm quickly peeking into, let's see, was anything said? Okay, I'm looking at our chat history, and we don't have any mentions of him for a couple of weeks. So I have no idea what the recent stuff might be. Do you have a link to it? Ah, you already posted it. Good man. Okay. Credit where credit is due. Nearly a year later, plus almost 9 months after I abandoned Patreon, and at the great expense of depriving its readers of dozens upon dozens of pertinent stories, AP has continued to assiduously avoid featuring his leaks. Oh God. Oh God, what a... I honestly think this is just him being him. Unless, I don't know, did he leak something in the last day or so? I'm not aware of something. But if he did, whatever. He's just... I think he's just pissing and moaning because he can. He has enough people following him. Speaking of... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, 433,000 followers. He has enough people following him that he can piss and moan about it, but I wouldn't make anything of this. Um, let's see. I just looked at my Twitter notifications. One thing I hate. Sorry, I'm just gonna go back to this and sidetrack briefly. Can we stop with this crap? Twitter, can we stop with this? I don't care about these random tweets that I just don't care. I don't follow these people. I've never followed Cult of Mac because I don't know if they still are, but they're like years and years ago, Cult of Mac was like fanatically stupid bad with their writing, opinions, everything. Do not want. Period. Do not want. And again, I don't know if they're still this way. Maybe they're not. I'm not judging them currently, but I don't want random tweet about Apple stuff. I don't know how the hell, but I've been recommended Pokimane like a dozen times. Most of them, I have gone in and hit see less often, and I still get Pokimane references. Why? I don't get it. I don't want them. I don't follow her. I've never looked her up that I'm aware of. Maybe once during a stream I might have or something. But I barely know who this is outside of seeing her mentioned on Phil DeFranco from time to time. I don't know how I got this. Actually, let's do this again just because. And then just a random... who is Anthony? I don't even know who this guy is. And it doesn't give me... Great. It doesn't even give me a flyover if I hover over the name. But, yeah, I don't want this crap. Stop giving me these dumb topical things. They are useless to me. Anyway. Let's see. Carson, those are so annoying. No way to permanently disable them either. I know. I've considered looking into whether or not like an extension could fix it, but at this point I need so many extensions to fix Twitter. I don't think I'm running any right now, but there's so many things wrong with Twitter, especially their notifications. There's got to be a way to fix this. Like, I wish we could... I'm not going to pay a subscription fee to Twitter, but God, I'd be tempted. Because I'm so... Twitter is getting as bad as Facebook with the completely uninteresting and useless references to things that I'm not interested in. It's like getting ads. What about Samsung trending? I honestly don't know what the hell that's about. I never looked into it. Oh. I should have checked that before I opened it on stream. Did not realize that. At least that did not that didn't totally violate rules. I didn't know that was what that was about. Or is it? Okay, checking elsewhere. All right. What is the point of this? Is someone just mocking Samsung's virtual assistant or something? I don't... Someone TLDR this for me. I'm confused. What is the point of this? Is it just like fan art for a made-up assistant? Or is Samsung actually doing like a Sam assistant for reasons? because the look is very consistent as I skim over all these random things. There's obviously a trend here. Yeah. Oh no. That's the thing. I'm not super worried about this about the particular image that popped up, because that, while not necessarily considered super appropriate per se, nothing that came up should actually violate terms of service. Because yeah. Anyway, so I'm good, but yeah, that wasn't the best, especially once I scrolled further. Holy crap, once I scrolled further, it's like, no, that's bad times. There was definitely some creative artistic depictions of a not very clothed variety. Insufficiently clothed variety, I guess. I don't know, something along those lines. Okay, so anyway, oh yeah, okay, we'll come back to that. Twitter was recommending it because you like Android and phones, so kept getting recommended those tweets. Jeez. They made the personal assistant a person and the internet turned it into porn. Pretty straightforward. Okay. Now, that part makes sense. Rule 34. Okay, let's see. David Lama. Twitter app is bad. Heard the subscription is not worth it. Yeah, it's definitely not. I don't even get the point of their subscription. Let's see. Going back. Oh, Carson. AP's WWDC coverage was extra snarky. Yeah. So, you're expect to see more like that. I'm not gonna say I can't say too much, but expect to see more like that. AP's going to talk about, or is going to do more coverage of general topics, and Apple will definitely be one of them. I have a feeling the snark is going to deaden real quick. I think the snark was to kind of keep people happy, but it's probably going to become commonplace for Apple to be regular coverage on AP, and I expect the snark will disappear almost immediately when that happens. Let's see. What else? David has turned into a snark lord. Well, he's always fantasized about being a shock journalist. So, yeah. Let's see. Where else can we, or what else was there up above? Okay, I didn't miss too much else. Is iOS Police taken? Hopefully. Well, I don't think that, I'm not aware of there being another site coming. And I mean, there really shouldn't be. Truthfully, it is a bad idea to open new sites most of the time. Like, sometimes it makes sense, but generally speaking, you actually don't want to open new sites if you decide to branch out into new areas. The biggest reason being that you lose all of the, or your new site doesn't get any of the credit or sort of the search engine weight. Therefore, you're basically starting from scratch. Even if you have a ton of links pointing in, even if you do a bunch of kind of, I don't want to say cheating, but you take advantage of all the other methods to sort of give credit to a new site. The reality is it takes forever for a new site to build up that search engine credit. So it's a lot better to just keep an existing site even if the name sucks, and just try to build from there. That being said, so many people wish we could get rid of the police name, and naturally it's not hard to also point out if topics are going to branch so far away from Android that it'd be better to have a different name. At this point, it'd just be nice if we could completely change the name of AP, because it shouldn't be Android anymore. It shouldn't be police. It should never have been police. And yeah, so it's a thing, but I don't think any name involving police will be popping up anytime soon. Austin, most of the visitors of Android Police are on an iPhone, right? No, that was never true. It's the single most popular model of phone. Or wait, was it phone? Or actually, I don't think it was even phone. I think it was iPads or something. I don't remember now. Anyway, it was the single most popular model of device, but not the single most popular operating system. iOS devices only accounted for, I don't remember what the percentage was now, but it was something like 30% of the traffic. Not gonna look it up on there. Twitter, this could take forever to find, so I'm not sure this is worth the hunting, but let's see, maybe this year. I know David has mentioned something recently. But I don't know how I'm gonna find it. How about just visitors? Yeah, I could be hunting for hours and not find it. I just have to go looking back through his entire feed to get there. But yeah, we did have that one post. Yeah, okay. The top 10 devices, and an iPhone makes up 14.5%, iPad makes up 2%, and that's the whole problem. Is once you start whittling it down, it may be the single most popular device the way it appears in metrics, but in practical terms, it's because of the way the metrics work that you know, if it's 15%, that still means 85% of the devices visiting aren't iPhones. So yeah, most people are not coming to us on iPhones or iPads. They're just coming to us in other ways. So yeah, and yep, as he mentions, which that's also a factor, Apple shares the same user agent for every iPhone model it has ever made. Therefore, you know, we, of that 85%, well, 80, well, we'll call it 80%. You know, a whole bunch of it is going to be Samsung devices and Google Pixels. That is by far AP's biggest audience. So once you start adding all these up, each one has its own user agent string, but start adding them up, they're all going to add up to more than iPhones. And in this last year, believe me, it has been made very clear in the last year that this percentage of iPhones has picked up, but it's still only picked up to it's picked up measurably, but not enough that it's like, oh my god, iPhones have now taken over Android Police's audience. That's not happening. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's happening somewhat, but not that big of a deal. Let's see. All right, we don't care about the rest of those. We don't care about that. We're actually kind of almost through the interesting parts of WWDC. Does anyone... I felt like I previously had things to say about watchOS, but the more I've thought about it, the more I really don't. A lot of what they're promising is kind of like, yeah, it's been a year. They added the features that everyone kind of knew they were going to add or expected to be added. I don't remember there really being anything else in watchOS that was a big like, oh hey, this is super neat. No one saw it coming, or no one didn't expect it. So, yeah, watchOS is still watchOS. Not much has changed. Not to discount it entirely. I mean, it's the best wearable platform right now, but not special. Let's see. So yeah, floor's open if anyone has other topics. Really quick, I will ask also, for feedback purposes, for those who were around earlier during the 3 Dumb Questions segment, did you enjoy this? Was it something that should be kept? Should I next ask crazy questions about who your favorite tech company employee is? Which, by the way, I have an answer. Do you? Let's see. Does anyone... if anyone has thoughts on this, say so. Or don't. I will possibly care. Or not. And if you miss this, you will have to go back and rewatch the segment, which happened 2.5 hours ago. Wait, is that right? Let's see. It would have been about 2:30 when I started talking about that. Wait, or 3:30. No, it was 3:30. So yeah, 2.5 hours ago. My God. I talk a lot. Did you guys know that? I talk a lot. Anyway. And there was supposed to be a transition right there as I said I talk a lot, and I didn't realize that I actually had the wrong thing set up on the button press. So anyway, there we go. I talk a lot. But anyway. So the hand washing thing sucks sometimes. Wait, is this okay? watchOS hand washing. Does this, like, can you not disable that? I thought that was the thing, like, you could trigger it if you wanted to, but didn't have to. I mean, if you can't turn that off, that's a problem. Austin, they weren't as dumb questions as you thought by the title. I mean, there will be dumb questions. And I was going, like, the whole point is to just break up the monotony and get away from stuff. They ended up, I honestly, I was kind of expecting them to end up being like 2-minute answers tops, and they ended up going much longer. But and I also, fair acknowledgement, I did actually change which questions I asked. I asked the first one, which is one I was going to ask no matter what, the game console one. Then I went into the name a dumb product that you wish would be a smart device, and how long has it been since you talked on the phone for more than 5 minutes? I actually had 2 different ones I was going to use for those second 2. And then Corbin kind of went down the road of his apartment, and I figured, you know what? Perfect. I'm just going to use that one instead. But I do have a few questions lined up for the future. And dead serious, one of them is name your favorite tech company employee. I definitely have mine. Let's see. It was fine. Maybe something more interactive with chat would be cool. Okay, I'll try to think on that. That could be interesting. I may have an idea or two, and we could always introduce like maybe polling or something, though I don't know what necessarily to do with that. But I'll think about it, or if anyone has ideas, feel free to mention them. Let's see, what else is there? Has anything else actually happened this week? I really don't recall there being much other news. Apple really monopolized everything with WW, and then now we're just kind of, I don't know. Now we're just kind of floating out there with not a lot else going on as far as I'm aware. Let's see. Trying to think, and also quickly skimming through other sources. Was there possibly anything? Oh wait, was today an Android beta day? It definitely must be, because I am seeing tons and tons of Android 12 posts. So yeah, I guess there was a beta and I just did not even notice. Okay, so that's... My God, I get so many useless notifications. Yeah, if there's anything I need to do, it's start blocking notifications from some apps. Well, we're just going to start installing that update right now. And resume. We'll just plug this little guy in and let him start updating. Okay. So I'm just going to, we're just going to do a quick react to headlines here, because some of these look like they're actually relevant. Oh, so they basically brought in the material use stuff. Carson, not too big a deal, but when Corbin's on, chat tends to be ignored a little bit. So about that, actually, I'll tell you, I do my best to actually read chat all the time. I just don't usually read back as many of the comments, because trying to think of how to say this. I don't usually read back the comments as much because, for one, it's 50-50. About half of the comments are actually responses between you guys. So, reading them back isn't necessarily as immediately pertinent. But yeah, I'm always reading the comments. Sometimes I do fall behind, obviously. But yeah, I'm pretty much always trying to keep up with the comments. But a lot of times if I started reading back more than the ones that immediately bring up topics, they would just be out of band with what we're already talking about. Because again, and it sucks, but the chat, because of the YouTube delay, the chat is always inevitably like 10 seconds behind or something. And half the time, by the time I've read the comment that would be relevant, we've already moved on. Or Corbin's talking about the next thing, and I'm like, okay, well, I could interrupt him to bring up this thing. And you've heard me do that. Like, if you've watched the show, I mean, obviously you've watched the show, but if you watch it during one of those moments, like, I see a thing and it's like, oh, and such just brought this up. Sorry to bring up this thing from, a minute ago. But yeah, by the time you hear something 10 seconds after we've said it, or more, and then you type a response to it, and then it comes to me, which I mentioned this before, but there is this weird thing where I don't understand why this is. Well, I kind of have a sense for why this is, but the message gets typed into YouTube chat, comes across. I will see in my live view of what's going out onto the feed, I will see a message pop up in that tiny little window. And then I watch my actual chat window where the message is large enough for me to read. And I wait and wait and wait. And several seconds later, it will then show up in the in the actual YouTube live chat. And it's like, great. So by the time a message you type gets to me, sometimes, I don't think it's always taking this long, but sometimes it can be upwards of like 30 seconds later. So yeah, it's not always, plus I'm not reading live. Like I'm looking at other things. I'm trying to move things around. A lot of times I'm trying to pop in a web page that's relevant to what we're talking about. And so yeah, I don't always get to chat quite as quickly when he's on. That's definitely true. But yeah, I do try to pay attention. And I actually have an idea for that in the future if this channel ever starts picking up a lot of viewers and a lot of chatting. I will talk about that in the future. But I have ideas. Okay, let's see though. Android 12 Beta 2 brings back info dense subtitles to the settings menu. Kind of dumb it didn't. I mean, it's kind of dumb that ever went away. Really, honestly. Because I know some people don't like this. But man, I'm sorry, it looks better. It's great that was weird. It's great having that extra information right there. I don't understand why that went away at all. The biggest argument I could see for it is maybe the digital well-being and parental controls. Like, that title is so long and unnecessarily unwieldy. I can see why maybe they wanted to get rid of stuff just to make that title look less awful. But I don't think even that's fixing it. Okay. Sorry, I just have to point this out. When AP has someone sending in a tip or something like that, we try to thank them. I don't know why, but it's just so funny saying, "Thanks, honey." It's cute. Anyway, So let's see. Android 12's long-awaited conversation widget appears on some devices. Jesus, some devices. That's so bad. Good. That's good. It's weird that it wasn't already there. Everyone knew it was coming. It's been in the works forever. Let's see. Android 12 lets you tap your phone's butt to do stuff. Okay, I think we need more detail on this. We'd heard that Google was working on a double tap gesture for its Pixel phones as far back as January, and at least some of the infrastructure was present in March, but apparently it took this long to get the thing actually working. With Beta 2, the option to double tap the fingerprint sensor and perform various shortcut actions is alive and kicking, and it's been named QuickTap. Okay, I'm sorry, but tapping the butt? No, that's dumb. Not a fan of that title. Anyway, that being said, tapping the fingerprint sensor, I thought this was going to be more of a, like, you know, that kind of a thing. I actually want that gesture. I don't really care about double tapping the fingerprint sensor. But hey, it's nice that it's there. I mean, if someone wants to use it, yay, more options. That's always good. I just don't think that's for me. I'm saying I'm not criticizing this in general. I'm just saying for me, not something I'm going to be super likely to use. Carson, I think we could use more detail on this. Could be said about 90% of AP titles. To be fair, titles. It's not even AP titles, like titles in general. Internet titles are always slow on information. And I don't criticize that entirely. A lot of titles do need to be made short because otherwise, you know, let's go. Let's go right here. Oh, actually, I guess Reddit does allow long titles. But yeah, the practical reality is, well, hey, I guess, let's just do Android 12 news. I guess all these titles are allowed to be fairly long too. But you got to figure the titles that go into these boxes, like, they do not allow a ton of words to go in. Titles do still need to be kept short. I get that. I have no objection to that. But I do hate when they are... I don't like this. Because this is obviously just meant to be, haha, look how silly of a title it is. What the hell does it mean? I don't know what this means from reading it. And so the title to me is useless. I need to at least understand that Android, you know, like Android 12 adds shortcuts to double tap. Or like a fingerprint tap. I don't know. There's so many ways that you could have a slightly more descriptive title without giving away everything about it. People are still going to click. People still want to look, but I need to know what I'm looking at. Not just a slightly, like, a childish giggle of a title. That's not going to get me to tap. Honestly, I wouldn't tap that title. Not outside of the fact I'm looking at it here. How does someone come up with butt from fingerprint sensor? I assume this is one of those things. I can see the wordplay of this. If you said, I'm going to tap the rear of the phone, well, rear quickly becomes butt. Or the fingerprint sensor is on the rear of the phone or something like that. You just go from the word rear, which totally makes sense. Like in half of the times that I write, well, more than half, every time I talk about cameras on a phone, I say rear sensor or rear cameras. I never say back camera. Or forward facing camera or any, like, I try to avoid saying that. I say selfie cameras and rear sensors or rear cameras, because to me, front facing, rear facing, like, those words, if you actually take them at face value, are actually wrong. They're the wrong terms for the things that we're talking about. And if you think about it, I don't know, pretty much all of the other things people talk about, if you use a lot of those terms, you're probably actually saying something that, if you analyze it, you're actually saying the wrong things. So back of the phone makes sense, rear of the phone makes sense. Outside of that, I try not to use too many of the other terms that kind of became commonplace, because I think they're a little bit more specific, a little more precise, and leave room for less confusion. Anyway, so yeah, I can see how they got to but. I just don't think they should have taken this step. Like, that was an unnecessary. Again, it sounds like kids giggling, kind of a title. Let's see. Android 12 gets a new screen on-off animation. Do we have a... Okay. I like that. It's nothing special, but I like it. App Switcher now has a boring, opaque background. I think this hero image pretty well shows off exactly what that is. And to that I say, rather they didn't. I kind of like my background, but I can see why this might be a thing. It makes it less visually confusing. Google is preparing scheduled dark mode for Chrome OS. Yeah, okay. I wonder if, well... Okay, the question becomes, does it allow scheduling for... Dark mode has been storing in popular... We've been... Pairing away. Schedule time is based on time, a highly requested feature. What I want to know is, does it have an option to link it to sunset and sunrise times? I don't see any sign of that, so that's lame. Not a big deal, but lame. Android 12 Beta 2 gets new shortcuts for wallet and device controls. Oh, yeah, never mind. I remember that. Okay, not super special. Android 12 is getting serious about keeping clipboard snippets private. Okay, so this might sound super... The new Toast notification is live in Beta 2, and the way it works is pretty straightforward, simply stating the name of the app and the fact that it has pasted from your clipboard. As with all Toast messages, this fades... the feature is controlled by a new setting in blah blah blah. Okay. So, well, that's good. Needs to be there. Or rather, should be there. Android 12's revamped internet tile lets you switch between Wi-Fi or mobile networks anywhere. One of the new internet quick settings tile, which replaces both Wi-Fi and mobile connection tiles. This one opens up a pop-up menu from local connections, allowing the user to quickly swap between them. I want to... Okay, my install isn't ready yet. That makes me nervous. Does this mean that they're getting rid of the separate Wi-Fi? It sounds this way. It replaces both Wi-Fi and mobile connection tiles. I don't want those going away. I like those. I can see why this might be ideal. But I feel like... And I don't love the long press on Wi-Fi to be able to change Wi-Fi networks, because I use that somewhat often. But yeah, I'm not sure that I dig this. I don't want to see those go away. Also, my phones, not all of them, but most of them, I actually keep 2 of those tiles right. Well, so I keep my mobile network not on the same page, but I keep Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and what's the other one? I don't actually use it with frequency. Oh yeah, so I always keep Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and Do Not Disturb right next to each other. Though sometimes Hotspot actually takes that spot. But the rows are always 3 wide, and I kind of like having some sort of cohesiveness. So it's actually usually Hotspot there. I'm just looking at the wrong phone for this. But yeah, I usually like keeping the 3 connectivity related things in the same row. Kind of feels weird that I mean, it's weird to say this, but I kind of don't want them taking away one of my connectivity related things. Or in this particular case, I guess it's bundling them up. Though I guess this might solve the problem I had with the old tile arrangement. Because the thing is, I never wanted to turn off my mobile network using the tile. So actually, okay, you know what? I think I'm coming around and I now like this. Never mind, I'm convinced. They win. But okay, so this just changes where you go. Yeah, alright, I think I like this. Come on, phone. Are you... It says it's still optimizing apps. Hurry. You're a Pixel 4 XL. Damn it, you can optimize faster. Carson, for the toast message overlaid on the keyboard looks like a bug. Yeah, it kind of does. I won't disagree with you there. I actually don't like toast messages. I thought they were a decent idea long ago because they kind of made more sense back then, but I find that I'm ignoring them a lot, or I just don't tend to see them. So yeah, I don't know if necessarily a bug, but all too often I got toast messages I just don't care about, and I kind of don't want them there. Android 12's wallpaper-based Material U themes are finally here. Yeah, okay. I don't remember. Didn't we predict... I think we did. I could be wrong, but didn't we predict that it'd be in this update? Because it should have been in the last update, but if it wasn't, it would definitely have to be in this one. Yeah, I think we were predicting that for Material U. And to that end, I gotta say, I still don't think that this is that good. I mean, it's a passable gimmick, but it seems like such a bad idea overall. I just don't... I gotta admit, I just don't really feel like I get this. It's just accent colors. And that's not a bad thing. It just feels... I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just not that sold on this being that big of a deal. Yeah, I just don't feel like it's that big of a deal. That's it. I think it's getting overhyped. One other question, and now I'm starting to realize I don't really know the answer to this, but do we get like a is there a way for developers, sorry, not do we, like everybody, but do developers have a way of accessing the accent colors? Because we're looking that up. Material U API. Let's see. Material U embraces emotion and expressiveness. Personal for every style. We mix color science with years of investment in the disciplines of interaction, design, and engineering to make it possible to tailor any app, not just Google's, to the user's unique material palette in real time. Material U includes users as co-creators, delivering a mode for every mood. Okay, so this should be... Alright, ambitious vision comes first to Pixel this fall. Developers get a preview today with Android 12. We'll be sharing more about Material U and what it means for developers, or for designers and developers over the summer, with components and guidance coming this fall. Components and guidance... Huh. I hate this shit. Okay. Rant time. Google has done this so many fucking times. This is the stupidest crap in the world. No. No, 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 no. Don't do this. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. It's unforgivably stupid. It needs to go in the toilet. Do not ever say, hey, we're going to tell you all about it, and you're going to need to use you're going to want to use components or need to use these components. We are building stuff for you, and we're going to tell you all about it today, and those components are coming in like 6 months. You suckers, you're going to try to build stuff and you're not going to get to, because we don't want to make it easy. We want to ruin your fucking day by making you work your asses off dealing with our crappy APIs. Because seriously, Google, a lot of your APIs suck. We're going to make you work your ass off implementing all this crap that we already have working. We did it a year ago. Probably not a year ago. It's probably like a month ago. But still, we're going to make you jump through all the hoops as we tell you all about it. And by the time we release these components, you will have either you have either already built this stuff on your own with a bunch of code that you're now going to be expected to throw away, or B, you heard us talk about it, you got excited for it, you wasted tons of hours listening to us talk about it, and then, oh my god, guess what happens? There were no components, and you got bored, and you moved the fuck on. You stopped caring about the thing that we're doing, and therefore your app will wait another year past the release of these components to ever switch to them, or even consider switching to them. This happened with material design. This happened so much with material design. When it came out, yes, there were trendy apps that jumped on it immediately. And they implemented tons of custom code, and it sucked. And then there were a bunch of apps that were like, oh yeah, that did happen. Yeah, we checked it out, and there weren't components. Like all that stuff that they should have had, it wasn't there. We lost interest. That it happens every fucking time. It happened with Hollow too. You can't do this stuff. Release it, like when you start talking about your new thing, you don't have to release everything, but put out a few components, at least as good guidelines, examples. You've got basic features where you can do this. Don't make people to reinvent the wheel literally by the thousands. There are thousands of people you're asking to reinvent the wheel before you hand out the fucking wheel. It's stupid. It is unforgivably stupid to do it like this. Apple does not do this. I mean, I say as I'm complaining about Swift UI not having all the features it needs to have, but yeah, don't do this to people. Man, when Apple introduces a new UI thing or feature, holy crap, do they come out and immediately say, by the way, you can start using this today, like download the new Xcode. It's ready. Why? Sorry. Obligatory facepalm ASMR. I am very salty about this. Yes. No joke. You want to see something funny? Stack Overflow. Okay. Let's see. Make sure there isn't something in here I'm not supposed to. I don't even know what's in the Stack Overflow section well enough, but okay, yeah. All right. So, for those who don't know, Stack Overflow, it is a site basically for developers to ask questions, share answers, stuff like that. It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. It gets the job done. Anyway, so Stack Overflow, one of the things that it introduced is this concept of reputation. You can, if you ask really good questions, people can vote them up. If you answer questions, people can vote up your answers. Basically, you earn reputation 10 points at a time for every vote up that you get. I, as you can see up here, have a reputation of 4,300. It's not super high, but that's, I mean, according to this, I'm in the top 9% overall. That's pretty good. I mean, awesome. Copy and pasting on Stack Overflow is basically how you program. For real, that's actually kind of a thing. Seriously, it really is. Okay, but here's the thing. Again, that's not a stupidly high score, but it's pretty good. I mean, to be in the top 9%, that's a decently solid place. And admittedly, a lot of people never answer a single question, so it is what it is. Now, here's the part that's going to... Here's the part that will make it stupid. Here are the answers I've given. I don't know if this is all of them. Actually, I think... Oh, no, it is... That's it. Okay, I've given 4 answers. That's it. I've given 4 answers, and I'm in the top 9%. Why? Well, it's because of this one. It's all this one right here. And I'll show you more about that in a second, but seriously, there's my reputation points coming all out of that. We're just going to click into this one. So the original question, this was asked 6.5 years ago. Yeah, top 9% tip, only OnlyFans. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, the original question though was somebody asking about, and this was, let's see, API. Oh, wait, I should have it linked in here, right? Yeah, it's still linked in here. So I wrote an article. You guys might remember this from the good old days of Lollipop. There was this whole thing about being able to draw behind the status bar. I mean, crazy times, right? The drawing behind the status bar was the hottest new thing. No one knew how to do it. It was explained in a few articles, but not very well. Or in a few knowledge-based things. It just wasn't a very well-covered topic. So, I took the time to actually implement this. Not proper implementations, but I did make some implementations. And I even note right up here, these are not mock-ups. These are screenshots from an app with custom backgrounds. The notifications are real and have not been edited into the pictures. Yeah. Which, not a big deal. It was easy enough to accomplish. And I thought, hey, that'd be kind of a neat way to show off that this is how it works. Anyway, the person who asked this question actually pinged me and on Twitter, I think, and said, hey, could you, like, since you wrote an article about this, could you help? Could you answer this question? And so I came in here, answered it, and now this single question has been referenced hundreds of times. Well, way over hundreds. Because of the people who come in and vote this stuff up, like that's one in a couple hundred people. People have been coming and voting this question up and this answer up for years. Every time I visit Stack Overflow, not every time anymore, but it used to be every time I would visit, I would have like 10 more votes up on this question. And now it's dropped to like one in every month or so. But yeah, I still get votes up on this answer because of this. And it's ridiculous because this should have been an easily explained thing. This was a feature spotlight. It was one of their most talked about features in Android Lollipop. But people couldn't figure out how to do it. So they had to keep coming to Stack Overflow and finding this one stupid answer where I explained 3 different methods, and I went way over the top. Most people do not give answers quite as thorough as I did. But you shouldn't have to go to Stack Overflow to figure out how the latest big hyped up thing from Google even works. That shouldn't be necessary. You shouldn't have to go here to find out, oh, hey, Google announced this thing. They barely gave away good documentation to explain how it works. And you have to go digging into code in order to figure out how to even make it work. By the way, seriously, I had to dig into Android OS code to figure out, I think it was, let's see, wait, okay, yeah, I had to dig into the Android OS code to figure out method 1, and I think method 3. I could be wrong on one of those, but I know I had to do it with one of them. Maybe I had to do it on 3 and not 1. I don't know, it's something like that. The amount of work I had to do to figure this out myself was way too much. And it should have been simple and straightforward, and most importantly, correctly documented. The document that Google released was wrong. It actually had non-working code for this stuff. Let's see. Carson, no question asked. Not sure what that's in reference to. Didn't Android 10 add a new API for it? Wait a second. What do you... I don't even remember. I don't remember what Lollipop's version was. Not off the top of my head. Anyway, yeah, this was added obviously ages ago, but actually, as far as asking questions, did I ask one? No, I've never asked a question. 0 questions asked. I've answered 4. Which is somewhat sad. I'm a little disappointed to see. No. Oh yeah, I even remember that one. That one pissed me off. Genius. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, anyway. No, the thing is, 9 times out of 10, stuff has already been answered. And if it isn't answered, it is documented somewhere. The stuff I'm looking up. Honestly, I'm very rarely looking up stuff that's so confusing or abstract that someone hasn't already tried to figure it out. And I can almost always figure stuff out just from looking at other answers that are close enough. Austin, you feel like they just want everyone to use Jetpack Compose, so they just ignore everything else? 100%, that is exactly true. I mean, and they're even admitting that now. They want Jetpack Compose to completely take over Android development. And I'll tell you the honest truth, I'm okay with that. I support it. They should. I mean, to some extent, maybe that's not the best solution. But yeah, I'm very okay with that. Jetpack Compose, don't get me wrong, there are things about it that aren't perfect, obviously. Nothing ever is perfect, but there's a lot in Jetpack Compose that they can absolutely do very well. It is a lot easier to build and work with, and as long as you're not trying to do anything too crazy with it, it makes a ton of sense. So I really like the declarative style. I love a lot of what you can do with Jetpack Compose. If it weren't for the fact that I still don't trust the Play Store, I would probably be working on apps to put in the Play Store. We'll see if that... In all likelihood, I probably will be working on something not too far down the road. But, yeah, Jetpack Compose is a good thing. If for no other reason than the fact that it's finally picking a path. For so much of Android's history, you could do everything in 30 different ways. And every single one of those ways only worked with a subset of the things that you needed to do. Or might have needed to do. So you had to mix and match so many things. You had to duct tape together stuff in so many dumb ways. It was awful. And it's not that it's perfect now, and it's not that it was as bad then as I'm kind of making it sound like. But man, it needed to be better than it was. And I feel like they're at least on the right path with this. Okay. Pixel 4 is finishing system update. Yeah. We'll give that another minute or two. It's restarted. It's just doing its last little bit. 13 responses. Let's see, just out of curiosity. Yeah, nothing too special there. Yeah, I saw the link pop up, but I hadn't looked at it yet. Gesture navigation going edge to edge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. That's another good example of things that just went horribly wrong with Android. To be fair, this is a little bit different in a way. This is one of those scenarios where they changed the OS, and yes, developers had to kind of adapt to it. I mean, this is definitely a problem. Wish they wouldn't pop that thing up. Yeah, this is definitely a problem, but it's not so problematic that it's hard to understand, because like iOS has had issues along these lines too. A lot of times. iOS has made developers change into, oh, what was that what was the layout system? iOS layout system. Let's see. Auto layout. That's what it was. So the way iOS used to work, here's a fun little fact for everyone who's never cared about this stuff. iOS, you used to lay out everything pixel specific. I mean, literally, you created an interface in Photoshop. You could just straight cut and paste those pieces and you made your interface. Eventually, they turned around and said, you know what? We want 2 sizes of screen. And all of a sudden it became, all right, well, we're just going to have to get used to designing apps for 2 sizes. So people did. And then it became, oh, hey, so now you're going to have to deal with the iPhone 4, the iPhone 5, and you know what? Now we're going to do the 6 and the 6 Plus. All these different screen sizes. Now around this time, they introduced something called auto layout. Actually, I think they introduced it around towards the end of the iPhone 5, but it didn't actually start getting recommended till the 6, something like that. Auto layout, people hated it. It was complicated, it was messy. Honestly, it's not hard. It's super easy, but iPhone designers were wimps back then, so you know, it is what it is. They were spoiled on getting pixel perfect displays. So the thing is, developers then had to start switching everything over to auto layout, and as they did, it started getting really, really messy, and it was hard for them to adjust to, and that was just screen sizes. They've had various other things that they've had to kind of adapt to over time. Keep in mind, there was a time when iOS developers actually got to use the swipe up gesture in their apps. That went away, obviously. There was also a time that the swipe down gesture, they also got that. Or wait, did they? No, not actually. I mean, we're going way, way back in history. This is like iPhone. I think like maybe iPhone 4 was the last phone to come out with the ability to not trigger something on a swipe down. And then later updates obviously added it, but I might even be wrong on this. I'm not sure. But yeah, you know, they've taken away gestures on iOS. Now, granted, they didn't screw it up as much as Google did. Not in this particular way. But yeah, it's overly complicated that somebody has to create multiple articles telling you how to deal with every little weird detail of the gesture nav and what you might have to do with your app in order to make it work. And most of this has to do with the fact that they recommended for so long every developer should do this other thing that was completely different. If there had been even like a few years of transition steps where they were like, okay, we're not going to force you into the gesture nav that iOS has. We're going to instead kind of lead you down some other path that got people away from the hamburger menu anyway, and then introduce gesture nav like a few years down the line. I could have seen that happening, but yeah, they did screw this up. And what kills me is like this, they're showing the edge to edge stuff. Here's the thing, for a little while, like my Android Lollipop post, there was a time when drawing behind the status bar was the cool new thing, and then it became kind of a thing you're not supposed to do, and then it came back. Just like drawing behind the let's see, do I have any shots of that? No, I don't. I swear I did one of these for the navigation bar too, but I don't remember, and I don't care enough to look it up right now. But the navigation bar, it was another thing. There was a time when that drawing behind that, holy crap, everyone wanted to do it. It was like almost the most important thing you could do was draw behind the navigation bar. Now, well, I don't know if this is necessarily true. Let's see. Drawing behind the navigation bar. Yep, it is. Well, no, we've got bottom bar now. What happens in Twitter? What happens in... Do I not have Twitter installed on this phone? I do not. How about Facebook? No, Facebook has bottom nav. I wonder if any apps don't have bottom nav. This phone has this phone has so little installed on it that I don't know that this is actually going to reveal much. Wait, do I? Do I not have Facebook installed on here? That would be great. I think I don't. Excellent. I don't have Facebook installed on our phone. That is a great feeling. Yeah, anyway, so that used to be one of the hottest things was drawing behind every UI element. Now, here we are, we're back to the hey, make sure you draw up to the edge, even though the edge in this particular case is not that big of a deal, but no bottom nav. Well, technically there is. I mean, you know, when they're obviously showing it off right there. I don't know how this plays in the API. I haven't messed with this since they brought in gesture nav, but I'm not sure if apps actually automatically draw it down to the bottom. I think they do. I don't know what app I have that would be old enough to definitely not have been updated. Quickly skimming. What on here might be really old? Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think I have anything on this phone that's old enough to proceed at that time. Oh, Twitter has bottom nav too, that's right. Oh, you're referring to a different thing. Google Photos, when you're viewing an album, no bottom nav there. Okay. I'd actually funny enough, I accidentally popped open Photos and then left it. But I didn't go into an album. Damn it. Stop asking me this question. I hadn't set up Google Photos on this phone, which I just turned on backup and I probably shouldn't have, but we'll see. Oh my god, please stop with this. Like, I'm just tapping little... Your first time setting up a phone should not have this experience. Yeah, okay, so it is... Yeah, it is drawing behind the nav bar. Though the nav bar is is barely transparent. So yeah, that's not changing much. Let's see. It's the Pixel 4 should be unlimited. No. Okay, so the phone I was looking at two different phones. I had the Pixel 4 in hand for a little bit, but most of what I was looking at was actually the Pixel 2, which I actually have on an older version. This is on Android 11 at the moment. Is that right? It actually doesn't seem like it should be right. Oh yeah, okay, it is on Android 11. Wait, what phone was it that I left on a different version? I don't remember. Oh, no, that was the Pixel 1. So, yeah, that's no longer abandoned. Or, that is now abandoned. Let's see. The default behavior in all apps is solid nav bar, which doesn't look as cool. Chrome solid nav bar is just annoying. Yeah. Yeah, I don't love where Android is at right now in terms of design. Maybe Material U will improve some of this stuff. We'll see. But right now I'm... Oh God. Okay, really quick, I don't know if this will show up, but has anyone updated yet to the latest beta? Let's see, will this show up? I don't think it will, but yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to see it. Under that, so that new device controls with notification shade thing, for whatever reason, it is vertically off center. Let's do this. We're gonna just take a picture of it. Oh, well, Oh, it'd be so much of a pain in the ass to do it any other way. Okay, so... Oh, wait, what am I thinking? Screenshot. My God, I'm... Okay. Hold on. We're just going to do this the much, much better way. Which, yes, does involve plugging my phone into a computer, but it does work. Okay, so phone plugged in. We're just going to pop open a terminal. Let's hop into... Where's the folder I want to use? Sure, we'll just drop it in. Oh, no. Let's... That folder. That's the one. Okay, and... Almost there. Almost there. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. Disconnect the watch so the emulator, or so ADB doesn't get confused about what device we're actually trying to ask for. There we go. Super exciting times, I know. Okay, and we're just going to be doubly fun about this and drag this right into the browser because it's faster. Okay. There we go. Here, I'll zoom it in so it's not quite as bad. So as you can see, Bluetooth, perfectly centered, looks great. Dark theme, centered, looks right. Wallet, looks solid. Device controls, busted. Super, super busted. No reason. It's I think text wrapping. Let's see. Carson, you submitted a report to the Chrome team and they just rejected it. Shocking. The Chrome team isn't the most open-minded. Uh... Ooh, I do kind of like this new control scheme, though. So I can... Hey, that's kind of nice. I can turn on and off my office light just with a tap. That's not really saving me a whole lot of taps, but it gets there. I can also change brightness with a drag, so that's neat. I may use that. And I know all this stuff could have been done from other places, but it's finally close enough and handy enough that I might actually use this method instead of just launching the LifeX app that I already use. The rest of these I'll dig into later. You dislike the new power menu. Oh. That is ugly. That's really, really ugly. Why would they do this? What were they thinking? I object. Wait a second. There was a weird little screen mistake. Yeah, I'll grab a menu or a screenshot of it. Okay. I wrote this great little script. I should share this. It's such a great, handy thing for people who actually would need it. I wrote this little script. Okay, so here's... Oh, damn. Here's the power menu. Yeah, well, here's the whole screen, I guess. I'll just put it like that. But yeah, that's the new power menu. It's so ugly. That's why. Just so much why. I mean, I like the old power menu so much more, which I don't know how I never noticed this before. Actually, I know exactly why. I never used the old power menu. But the old power menu opened up your wallet and home devices. Those home devices were actually more accessible before in this menu than they are now, because you have to pull down the notification. How did I never notice those were there before? I now feel dumb. So this is a massive regression. What are they doing? This sucks. I am disappointed. Why Google? It's material you, not material us. Yeah. No, this is dumb. This just looks horrible. I wonder if maybe it was easier to reach. Because with the old power menu, I fully acknowledge with the old power menu. Okay, let's ADB. I'm gonna quickly do the Photoshop screwiness with this one, so okay, we'll just I should really learn to use that one of these days. There we go. Okay, and is there anything else I need to change? Nope. Finish saving Photoshop. There you go. Good Photoshop. Alright, and we'll just pop that in. So here's the old power menu. It's much more thorough. Up there at the top are those three buttons. I kind of understand if you're thinking about it in terms of how far do you have to reach to get those buttons. I get it. Like, you hold the power button And then if you have big enough fingers or big enough hands, you can just shift the phone and reach up and hit those buttons, but they are kind of high up there. I can understand putting them in the center, but man, you're taking away power button access to the credit cards and or Google Pay, basically, and home devices. Why on earth? This is dumb. Google, what are you doing? You dumb Google. Android 10 was the best. Probably, yeah. I don't know. This is one of those things. I'm sure there's some reasoning behind it, but yeah, this doesn't seem good. Yeah, now I'm so disappointed that I didn't know about this home control long ago on Android 11. I didn't know it was all under the power menu. I'm sure I knew it, but like I forgot because I just stopped using the power menu. And they took away between the release of that and now, they actually took away on... So the way I used to control this light 9 times out of 10 was not through my phone, it was actually on my Mac. And then they made some changes to the Mac, which made it impossible for me to use the widget that I was using. And I kept thinking some new replacement would come along. It never did. And yeah, so I never looked back to my phone to see if there was another different way to get there. So now I feel kind of dumb. Anyway, what the total fuck? Sometimes I'm not going to turn this into a topic, but I'm just baffled as I look. Sorry, I'm just going to bring it up. I looked over and I saw an email from Nextdoor, of course. Because it's always Nextdoor. I just happened to look over and somebody wrote a title saying, "Beautiful time of year, all the wildlife are having babies." I am constantly amazed at whatever constitutes brain power that comes out of our culture, our society. Anyway, with that, I kind of want to go find a corner and cry. Between Google ruining a really good thing with the power menu and apparently wildlife and all the babies it's having, I kind of want to go cry. But no, anyway, in all seriousness, my voice actually is, obviously I've been kind of choking and coughing on my voice for the last like 45 minutes. So I think it is time to go. Besides, it is actually like 7:15 for me. I'm going to take off, go get some work done, prep for tomorrow, which I may talk about later, but tomorrow should be all kinds of stupid, not fun. But in the meantime, as usual, if you'd love to support the channel, there are links down below to Patreon and Streamlabs. Feel free to hit those up if you'd like to leave a tip, donation, support, or what have you. As usual, game stream this weekend. You know the routine. I will always see you guys in Discord. And I'm trying to think of whatever else I normally say, and I'm totally drawing a blank. So with that, thanks to everyone for joining the conversation. Thanks for hanging out, chatting with me. I hope you all a great night. Oh, what am I playing this weekend? That's a great question. There's a chance it'll be Borderlands. I may jump back into Jedi Fallen Order, since right now my Borderlands build is actually really good. I don't think I need to hardcore rush farm anything. As anyone who saw my Sunday play can attest, it is now an abusively overpowered build, which is awesome. So, what was I going to say? I'm brain farting now. Yeah, anyway. Oh, what am I going to play? I don't know. I'd be up for other thoughts as well. I could be talked into other things. I will just say, not starting Last of Us Part 2 replay until after Revenge of the Cartels week, which is I think another 2 weeks away. But yeah, so probably it's either 2 or 3 weeks. Well, it should be 2 weeks away until that week, I think. Anyway, so yeah, Last of Us Part 2 will come after that. And I'm gonna really try to get better about announcing stuff. To that point, I'll tell anyone who's still listening, I'm actually gonna add a new room to the Discord. It will be in the live stream section under RambleCast. I'm going to add a game stream room, and that'll be the place for announcing game streams from this point, or coming soon, because bot stuff was really not the right place for that. I just kind of did it as a throwaway. I'm just going to move it to a new room. That way people who are interested in it will be able to talk there, and it'll be a better place for having dedicated announcements. Anyway, with that, this time for real, take it easy, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful night, wonderful week, and enjoy. Good night, everybody.